So the other thing that we want to do.
I usually trust me with the keyboard.
Buttons. I'm gonna run downstairs really quick just to make sure nobody else has showed up in person, so I'll be right back.
Before we start, Kate brought up a really good potential point of contact at our tree farm system meeting this morning. So Kate, maybe sometime during the meeting or the break or whenever, when it's opportune, if you could give the link to that guy in Vermont that's like the, apostle of how to get word out to everybody about,
Sure.
small woodland owners.
This is where it's.
And actually, I wanted to let, that meeting, which was only 2 hours and virtual, was more exhausting than it should be, but this whole pneumonia thing has really knocked me for a loop. So if I end up turning my camera off and definitely going on mute so you don't listen to me hacking, it's not that I'm walking away. I will still definitely be paying attention and I will chime in when I have something to say, but I am not at my tip-top best today, so I apologize, but I didn't want to miss the meeting.
We're glad you're here and really sorry you aren't feeling strong again yet. Now that it's spring, officially spring, I'm hoping that you'll feel much better soon.
Oh, I hope so. I don't want to do another, I'd have to do another batch of antibiotics, but so. I'm sure tree school will make me feel much better.
But it's called forest bathing at tree school. You'll be much better soon. So let's see, I'm not sure I see everyone who's up there. We see remotely Dave and Eric and Kate and Rick.
Still missing Gary.
Yeah, I just looked and I didn't see him down there, but I'll go check again.
Glenn's here.
Hello, Glenn.
Hello.
You're right.
I think Gary was planning to do it virtually when I saw him Tuesday at a master with the manager meeting. He commented on coming virtually, so.
Okay. Let's get started.
Yeah, since we're on the hour, a little after, I think we'll just get started. So I call the meeting to order. Thanks everyone for being here. Our first item, as usual, is review of the agenda. Any comments on that? Roll call, if one Heather could take that. Or
Getting
great.
good stuff, hold up. All right, Amanda Sullivan Astor, David Bugney,
Present by video.
Eric Kranzish,
Present via video.
Gary Jensen, Glenn Ahrens,
Present.
Julie Woodward. Kaola Swanson is just now getting admitted to the meeting. Kate McMichael,
Present by video.
Maurizio Valerio,
Present by video also. Good morning, everyone.
Rick Zen,
Present by video. Good morning, everyone.
and Wendy Gerlach.
present. And I think Julie sent an email saying that she Kent Miller will eventually be joining
Margaret's
us.
here.
I'm sorry to be late. Kale was here.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I am here. I'm double booked for like 15 minutes, but then I will be able to be fully engaged on this meeting. Sorry about that, but I am here. And in 15 minutes, I'll be fully here. Sorry about that.
Okay, well, thanks for joining. We look forward to seeing you in a few minutes. Any comments on the prior meeting summary, which was sent around by Heather? Kate, I had one question about one comment by you, which, if you, I know you haven't been well, if you want to double check that summary for your comments.
I sent corrections to Heather, so she does have them to clarify my 3 comments.
Perfect, okay. So we're done with that. This is the time for public comment. If any members of the public are on, it'd be nice if you would turn on your cameras and introduce yourselves. Not seeing any public comment. We'll go to the chair updates. I don't have any particular updates. One thing I wanted to mention was I wanted to thank Rick Zen for the nice comments he made in his testimony that Mike Croon sent around. And I just wanted to say that this is an exceptional committee and I appreciate our exceptional ODS staff persons. This might be a time to introduce talk about the changes that are happening on the staffing.
Sure. So just to let everyone know, I have accepted a developmental job rotation as a fiscal analyst with the budget team. So I'm going to be working with them until at least the end of December. And in the meantime, I have the lovely Miriam Miller. She goes by Merms. She's going to be kind of stepping in and helping out. I will still be here to assist and everything, but we're going to be working together. So everyone give her a warm welcome. She's amazing. She's going to do great. And I'm excited for her.
Yeah, well, thanks for the update. Today, Miriam is the person who let me in, so I can always say she's on it, and welcome and congratulations on this opportunity. That's great. See, Amanda might want to say hello.
You're just doing introductions.
We just did roll call.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Amanda Sullivan Astor, Associated Oregon Loggers.
Yeah, and Heather was just explaining that she just has a developmental opportunity in the department, so Miriam's going to be staffing us for a while.
Good. I was hoping that you'd be here today.
And that was the chair updates. We're just at the beginning of the agenda.
Thanks, Wendy.
Any comments generally before we turn it over to Mike? Seeing none?
Great. I'm not going to try and take too much of your time because I'm going to actually give my time, so to speak, to Nicole to talk about post disturbance and kind of what happened there, just in case we have questions here. Kind of want to go back to the email that was sent out. It was an informational email to the committee here, just to kind of give you an idea, to let you know about the survey that was out there, make everybody aware of that. And I appreciate Kate kind of spreading that around and everybody else to all your members and small woodland owners, because it was important to have the feedback with that survey. So that was the intent of that email from a month ago, I guess. Now has it been that long?
Technically this month, I think.
Is it this month?
Oh, it might have been the end of February, actually.
Okay, but anyway, so in a minute here, Nicole will talk about that. I did have a few things that came up in the past week or two. There's just talk about the training accomplishments that ODF has had over this past year with all of our partners and everybody. It was an incredible amount of training that we got done in the past year. And I think there's actually a document out there that summarizes all the training we have. I'll have to get a hold of that and distribute that to you folks. I think our training unit actually has that, all the hours and all the people that were involved in that. So it was pretty staggering, just the amount of time we've put into training this last year. So anyway, go with that. I want to talk about some, now that the legislature is done, I want to talk about some of the things there. I realized some of the fire support wasn't there. Some of those legislative bills didn't go through, but I did want to talk about one bill that went through for ODF. It was part of our budget bill. In the past, the way we've always completed a lot of our work in ODFs, I guess is the best way to put it, is the funding would show up or the program would show up, and we didn't automatically put what we call a limited duration position in place to handle that. Limited duration positions are meant to be only up to 2 years, and then the position and the funding go away, or that's the way it's supposed to be designed. However, with some of the workload that's come across the agency and especially in the past 10 or 15 years, some of those limited duration positions have turned into from a 2-year position to like a 10-year position. And so to be fair to the employees, to be fair to the agency, because of this, we've identified there's obviously a workload that needs to be done there. We put in for 38 positions into our budget bill to actually move them from limited duration to permanent, and the legislature actually approved it. So we have now 38 positions, various positions, some of these NRCS, some of them manager positions that were all kind of limited duration. And now we've actually made those permanent to help with these workloads that we have out there out in our district. So it's kind of ended on a positive note for the agency anyway, of getting some permanent positions in place. And if you want to know what those are, I can talk about those probably later on, but there's a lot. So I'm trying to keep it short here as much as I can. SFISH program, I wanted to touch on something that came up. I was talking to Josh Hansen. The topic of taxes to the landowner and how that's going to affect the landowner came up, and Josh and I talked about that. He actually reached out to Clint Bentz, who was actually one of the original folks who helped write Senate Bill 1502, the tax credit bill that was paired up with the private forest accord. So Clint was well versed in it. Clint actually gave him some talking points, I guess is the best way to describe that for landowners, for those who are interested in the SFISH program and how to go talk to their tax consultants. And he's putting together an informational one pager, which I think I heard him say he may have ready for tree school next week, because he's going to be actually presenting at tree school. So he may or may not have that one pager ready by then for those folks. I just want to make everyone aware of something that's happened with some of our federal grants. So these are specific to like our forest health grants, bark beetle, possibly stewardship. I haven't figured that out. So landowner, when you're writing management plans, the Forest Service no longer allows us to make payments to landowners directly. So we're having to figure out a plan B, which will most likely turn into a contracts by the district to kind of get some of this workload down for federal grants. It doesn't include Bill and IRA. It doesn't include NRCS. And there's a third one that doesn't include, protection grants, I think are exempt. Well, no, protection grants are part of that. So Bill, IRA, and NRCS are not part of this. This changed the way we do business. So I just wanted to let it out that we're actually getting some information out that districts kind of help put that together. So for those of you who have existing grants that are already in the works and you're already working on them, we'll proceed as always. So this is going to be for grants that have been awarded and new grants that are coming. That's going to be a change to how we do some of the grant work out on small woodlands. So just want to be people really aware of that. We're going to get the information out to the stewardship foresters and small forest landowner foresters. So if you have any questions about that, they should have this information probably in the next week or so. We'll have it all kind of ironed out, maybe by the 1st of April or so. And then for those who are waiting on them, I just want to throw it out there, the 1099G grants or 1099G tax forms were sent out last Friday. So if there's anybody that's waiting on those from those who've accepted state money, we have to send that tax form to you. It's out a little bit late, but I want to let people know they're in the mail. They went out Friday. So if you're expecting one, it should be in the mail. So that's all I got on you. Go with that. And then Nicole will be talking about post disturbance. I don't know if you want to just go on with that.
Yeah, I think that sounds perfect. Yeah.
If there's any questions, I guess is only. All right, if not, we'll continue on with Nicole.
All right, so thank you, Mike, for sharing your update time with me. I wanted to, I should introduce myself, sorry. I'm Nicole Stapp. I'm with the Forest Resources Division as a policy advisor. So I wanted to take some time to update, really provide information and see if there was any comments or questions related to post-disturbance harvest rulemaking. And some of you may have already learned a little bit of this if you caught the February 23rd board meeting, and others maybe didn't tune into that yet. So figured it was best to come and provide the information directly. So next slide, please. So the next slide might be a little bit of a repeat, but I wanted to provide some background. So as you may know, a lot of this work started back in 2020 with the passage of Senate Bill 1602, which amongst other things set helicopter pesticide application requirements and led to mediated sessions between representatives of the forest industry and environmental interest, which led to the private forest accord with PFA. And then later in 2022, Senate Bill 1501 passed. which made substantial changes to the Forest Practices Act and required the recommendations of the Private Forest Accord report be adopted into the practice rules, the adoption of a single rule package. That rule package is really what led to a lot of the rule changes I'm sure you've all been talking about in your committees over the past several years. Some of those changes actually occurred as early as November of, I guess that would have been 21. The ones that really got implemented on the ground really went into effect July 1st of 2023, or even the biggest batch of them January 1st of this year. But in addition to all those things, it requires the pursuit of a habitat conservation plan in order to gain incidental take permits. And it also requires the Board of Forestry to initiate 2 additional rulemaking efforts. One is related to tethered logging and the other one being post-disturbance harvest. And so because of that direction, we are doing post-disturbance harvest rulemaking. So last year, the Board of Forestry directed us to initiate that rulemaking activity, which led our Forest Health unit to begin writing a literature review. And then we also began drafting draft rules related to post-disturbance harvest. And then in February, we took both of those work products to the board for consideration. Next slide, please. And then now I can't remember if it was the end of February or earlier this month, but we did send an email with both of those documents. So hopefully you had a chance to take a look at those, or they're available to you if you want the finer details. But at a high level, the proposed post-disturbance harvest draft rules include 2 rules with proposed changes. So I thought I would go over the highlights. The first of the proposed rules, the changes are in Oregon Administrative Rule, or OAR 629-643-0000. And this is vegetation retention goals rule. Really sets the purpose for that full rule division, and that rule division really focuses on, of course, the vegetation retention goals, and is often kind of thought of as the RMA rules division. All the changes in there are really kind of technical in nature. It's a deletion of a reference to this rulemaking effort. There's a few renumbering that would be needed because of those deletions, and then a tiny kind of accuracy correction. And so in the document that you have with the more detailed proposed rule changes, that's in track changes, so you can exactly see where we're proposing adjustments. The next rule that has proposed changes that are more significant, of course, is in OAR 629-643-0300. This is alternative vegetation retention prescription. And so many of you may already know this, but an alternative vegetation retention prescription is what you could apply instead of the standard practice or the small forest landowner minimum option in the event specific conditions apply. So the current rule has both a catastrophic event prescription and a hardwood conversion prescription. So the proposed rule would opt to delete the existing rule and basically replace it with these provisions that I'm going to provide a high level overview of. And what we would be proposing really is a full deletion of the existing rule and replacing it with proposed language. It includes both provisions that would be statewide as well as regional elements. So first we'll cover the statewide ones, which is that the rule establishes a purpose statement. It also defines stand level mortality. And so that definition is that either the riparian management area or the harvest unit has 50% or more of it has recently dead or dying trees due to a catastrophic event. And then it goes on to provide examples of catastrophic events. Another statewide provision would exempt all small forest land owner harvest units that experience stand level mortality from the watershed cap. So in the event the watershed cap had been met, so ordinarily SFOs wouldn't be able to access the minimum option. They would be able to in this case. And then it also clarifies that any other forest practice rule, unless it's explicitly stated within the alt vegetation rule, it would still apply. So even after catastrophic event, even if you have stand level mortality, if this rule doesn't say that the rule doesn't apply, it still does, just so that there isn't room for ambiguity for operators. And then next we'll talk about region-specific ones. The next slide, please. And then I suspect you all know this, but just to clarify, when we talk about forest practice rules, when we say Western Oregon, we're referring to anything west of the Cascade Crest and Eastern Oregon even though we don't commonly refer to it this way, we mean anything east of Cascade Crest. And so the provisions for Western Oregon would be for any type SSBT and type F stream RMAs that have the stand level mortality, which again is defined as 50% or more dead and dying trees due to a catastrophic event. You would be allowed to harvest the dying or recently dead trees outside of the first 75 feet of the RMA. And then it also sets protections within the RMA. And those protections are the requirement for an ELZ, so an equipment limitation zone in that area. So outside the first 75 feet to the rest of the RMA where you're doing your harvest activity. It also has some required corrective actions when you meet specific thresholds of soil disturbance. And there are also some chemical application provisions in there. And then it also allows an operator to use a less dense reforestation standard. That would only, of course, apply if you've actually kind of met the threshold where you need to conduct reforestation. And then for type NP streams, again, that meet the stand level mortality definition, allows the harvest of dying or recently dead trees within the RMA, and it sets protections for RMA. The reference protections in this case are RELZs, which are equipment limitation zones, but with some vegetation retention requirements. And then for harvest units with stand level mortality, it allows the harvest of dying or recently dead trees in slope retention areas. And then when you look at the more detailed rule, you will see there's some conditions in which at least one SRA has to be left entirely unharvested. And then for Eastern Oregon, the provision is that for terminal type NP RMAs with stand level mortality, you're allowed to harvest dying or recently dead trees in the outer zone of that RMA. And so far, when we've done these presentations, there's been some question about, that's not very much for Eastern Oregon. And part of that is because we recognize that one, catastrophic events, they're unpredictable course in nature, but also depending on the type of catastrophic event and the severity of the event and the particular landscape, and particularly in Eastern Oregon, it's a little bit harder to identify what provisions might be needed. So we do suspect that we might still see, there might still be a need for some PFAPs come through for site-specific needs there. And so did just want to call out that it wouldn't eliminate the option of pursuing a site-specific PFAP under the 629, 643, 0400 rule, which of course does have its own requirements about how you have to demonstrate that what you're proposing under your plan for alternative practice, that rule has very specific requirements. So you need to demonstrate how it would be the best option and how it's better than what is in the standard or the minimum option in order to so. Those are in a nutshell, the provisions that are in the proposed rule. And on the next slide, we can talk about next steps. So in February 23rd, we presented these draft rules as well as a literature review to the board, and they made some, there's the Forest Practices Act actually has very specific rule requirements and different procedures that apply to it, including some required determinations, which the board has actually already made. And they directed us to take a few specific rulemaking actions, which included completing an economic analysis and filing a notice of proposed rulemaking. And then there's some other natural next steps we're going to do. So we're working currently to engage with regional forest practice committees and yourselves. And we're also working to consult with any other government entities affected by forest operations, which is actually a requirement as the Board of Forestry has exclusive authority to regulate forest practices. And then we're working to complete the estimated economic impact analysis, which you were all invited to participate in the survey. And we've received 344 responses, so high participation rate. So we are currently working to distill that, and as soon as it's done and available, it'll be readily available on our website, and we'll also be linking it within our notice of proposed rulemaking. So you'll be able to read the results of that. And we're working to file our notice of proposed rulemaking towards the end of this month. And it'll kick off a public comment period from April 1st to May 1st. So anyone and everyone will be able to comment on our rule. And then we intend to return to the Board of Forestry in June for a decision around adoption of the rule. And the intent is to have the rules effective January 1st of 2025. So that is kind of the rulemaking process and the rules themselves. If anyone has questions or comments if there's time for that, open to that, or you can, of course, feel free to reach out offline through my board or directly.
Comments or questions, anyone?
This is Dave. I just had one suggestion. Oh, I'm sorry. Just real quickly, I just had one suggestion for those that there's a lot of technical stuff in here. And for those that aren't really involved with a lot of the development here, I mean, you know, I think it's incumbent on all of us to just ask questions, and maybe if ODF can present, if you haven't already, just some simple graphics that explain, you know, the relationships between the different types of streams, the different RMA widths, what can and can't be done, the ELZs, all that kind of stuff, because it's just really, for a lot of folks, might just be a bunch of jargon. And I think if it was just, you know, couched with that additional graphical displays or maybe an example here and there, it might help to better understand what's going on here.
Yeah. Give it that. Thanks, Dave. Amanda?
I just had a question around whether or not there'd be any technical guidance developed associated with these rules, and or if current technical guidance is going to be amended to incorporate components of this rulemaking.
Yeah, at a minimum, we would definitely need to adjust current technical guidance. The current rule, we would be proposing to change the thresholds of when you can use this prescription to the stand level mortality definition, which is very different than the existing one, which relies on basal area target tables. So it does kind of change the catalyst of whether or not you could use it. So certainly guidance at a minimum would need to be either pulled or revised. So our hope was to write the rules clear enough that we might be okay without guidance. And what we have found is that almost each disturbance event needs its own guidance because how it's impacted the landscape. And so
Fire versus wind versus ice.
yeah, and even each fire has almost seemed to need its own kind of memo sense. So we're not exactly sure. We're definitely not opposed to writing guidance, but we haven't kind of predetermined whether or not we'll be doing it. But we know certainly we'll need to revise what exists.
Yeah.
These new rules being so different.
Yeah, because I think the biggest thing is helping folks understand how to assess the 50% or more dead and dying, right? And like what is categorized as dying, what is, and you guys have some information on that. So I just don't know if any of that's going to be updated, right?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's a fair point. One thing that isn't always apparent in our rules is when we're using a defined term. And actually, I always say the phrasing a little bit wrong, but I think it's recently dying or dead is actually a defined term in our existing forest practice rules. So that would be what that term means. And it kind of does actually have a threshold of what it would mean for it to be considered dying or dead. But yes, if people don't know that you're using a defined term, they don't know you're using the term. So
yeah, well, and technical guidance obviously is not rule,
Yeah,
but it helps people
opportunity.
understand, you know, more clearly how to apply rule. So anyways, just something to consider. And, you know, obviously this affects as far as disturbances, right? Like every landowner is affected by different disturbances. And so, you know, different landowners are doing things differently or assessing that damage differently. And so, you know, I mean, AOL would definitely be willing to provide some good examples that we've seen as far as, you know, more of a level of technicality for crown scorch versus bowl scorch versus root scorch. And so, you know, yeah, you might have 100%, what looks like 100% live crown following a fire. But if you have, you know, over a certain threshold of root scorch or bowl scorch, that tree is dead and doesn't look it yet, right? And so if the only thing you're looking at is crown scorch or, you know, your live crown ratio, like that's really not going to cut it. So just thinking about those things and how there might be additional level of specificity or additional changes that we may want to look at or ODF may want to look at in the documents you currently have around determining sort of dead or dying. Or recent, whatever the term was that you said.
Yeah, there's like a specific order of saying it, and I probably
Yeah.
admittedly don't do it right.
Dying or recently dead.
Yeah, you have to look at whatever says in the rule.
Yes.
That's right.
Eric?
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the presentation on the salvage information there. Question, my understanding was that the language that was presented here was a settlement between the PFA authors who negotiated the salvage rulemaking language. And I understand it's going through its process right now for rule development. I'm just curious to get a sense from you how much revision you think will be occurring associated with that, since it was a negotiated item.
Yeah, we're definitely at a point where the board has already seen the draft rules as they kind of been shared with you and the world. And they've made some of the required rulemaking determinations on there, which one of them, for example, is degradation finding. Another is that the rule is only really as restrictive as it needs to be for operators in order to provide the required level of protection, that it aligns with available scientific information. And lastly, I think it's that there's a fourth one that I'm not remembering in this moment. Sorry about that. And then we've issued our notice of proposed, well, we haven't yet, but we're about to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking. So there's certainly opportunities. And the point of a public comment period is to learn about new information, something we haven't thought about or considered, or maybe there's a conflict with something else out there, or operators, maybe even our own staff are gonna make us aware of a reason why something here doesn't work, and we're gonna need to make tweaks and adjustments. And we absolutely intend to review all the information that comes in and see if there's a reason why adjustments are going to be needed, and we'll in earnest be doing that work. But it won't likely look like a giant overhaul of the rules as a result of this public comment period, in part because the board has already seen these and this is what they directed us to file, but also kind of the end result of what we adopt needs to be true enough to what we've shown to the public our intent to adopt is. So.
Thank you.
I see one more question before, and then we'll turn to Ron. That sound okay, Mike? Kate?
So stupid question, but where would I, if I wanted to go look and try and read through the rules, where would I, or if I was a small landowner and, you know, am looking at the damage, say from the ice storm down here, where would I go to look and see what might be coming down the pike?
Yeah, we, if you're just a member of the public, will pretend instead of who you are yourself, but on our ODF website within the February 23rd board meeting materials, there is a copy of the draft rules, which a normal person, right, probably that's not where they're gonna go look for this, but the ODF website does have under the about part of it, there is actually its own page. It's called Proposed Laws and Rules. So they'll appear right there. And then also we're about to file our notice of proposed rulemaking. And as soon as that's filed, it'll also appear there through our Gov delivery, all of our news blasts. Anyone who's ever subscribed is going to get that, as well as anyone who's ever signed up for notices on our rulemaking. So through all those avenues, we'll be working, get the word out as much as possible.
Thanks, Nicole.
Yes.
Really helpful to have that
Thanks
up.
for having me.
I have one more,
Oh, sure.
hopefully quick question, if that's okay. Is there, from a SFO perspective, is there anything along the lines of like, what was the, I can't think of the term, I just had it in my head, but where it's like, disproportionate impact piece of the rulemaking. So like, say you only have 5 acres, 100% of your 5 acres was burned. Would you be able to go down further to the stream because there's a disproportionate impact for you compared to somebody that maybe has significantly more land, of which a smaller proportion was impacted? Something like just wondering if there's any piece of that.
I think we hadn't anticipated it because when feet to the outer, that would apply based on the standard or the SFO minimum. So they could still do 75 feet to the outer, 110, for example, if they were applying the SFO minimum option. And then there's a provision that allows them, even if the watershed cap had been met, they couldn't usually do the minimum option, now they're able to. So we didn't anticipate there being a disproportional and nothing about the rule seemed to, I guess, impact them more than another landowner. But if that's thought to be the case, I think we'd be interested in hearing about it, but.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
curious, since that was a pretty big component that this, or, this committee was engaged in. In looking at the larger kind of riparian rules and recognizing that, yes, you're not, the same rules are applying, right? Across all small landowners. Are impacted much more just because of the amount of riparian area that they have, or the amount of streams that they have on their small parcel. So this, I mean, you could kind of draw a parallel, right?
Yeah, I think the thought was with them already being able to apply this over the minimum option, it wasn't only they could apply it to the standard. I think we had thought that since base rule had kind of like hopefully addressed that potential impact, that it would have by proxy accounted for that, but we'll certainly be open to as you all consider that more.
It seems like those
Well,
issues relate to the economic impact discussion too, right? This will be compared to what things.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the survey results, people didn't happen to raise that specifically, but it doesn't mean that.
Yeah, I was just curious. It just was something that we were pretty engaged on.
Yeah.
In the other larger rulemaking piece, so not sure. I just,
Yeah, fair question.
like, honestly, I just don't know if it
Yeah.
would apply to this, and so just curious.
All right, good. Thanks
Yeah.
again, Nicole.
Hey, Wendy, can I ask one quick question to Mike before we change topics?
A good topic. Nicole, don't run out. Eric has a question. Go
Oh,
ahead.
thank you. Mike, one of the things you presented was that those 38 limited durations that converted to full-time, are those exclusively in forest resources, or are those across programs? If you could provide some more information there, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry, the majority are in forest resources, but there are, I'd say about a half a dozen that are not. There's some in the protection division.
And they are all federally funded positions.
Yeah, I'm sorry, all federally funded positions, but the majority are in forest resources. These are positions that are already existing. We just made them permanent. So no, as far as I know, none of them were newly created. That's at least from what I heard. So that makes sense, Eric?
Yep.
Okay, thanks again, Nicole, and I'll turn it over to Ron.
Yeah, and well, good morning. For those that maybe don't know me, I'm Ron Graham. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Fire Operations in the Fire Protection Division. I believe I was asked to come and talk to you all about fire protection funding and maybe the fire wildfire hazard map as well, right? All right.
Please.
All right, so wildfire funding, as many of you, I'm sure, are well aware of now, the short session was interesting, and I would say, unfortunately, not very satisfying. The biggest thing we were tracking at the end of everything, with a couple of bills introduced early on, was House Bill 4133, and that was the bill sponsored by Senator Steiner. That was all about kind of restructuring fire funding, trying to lower the landowner rates, simplify our funding structure overall. I like to say simplifying only because decomplexifying sounds weird to me. So I just think of it as simplifying our funding structure. And I'm not sure it was going to do that necessarily either. Even that bill went through multiple amendments along the way, a tremendous amount of work. In a short session, a lot of engagement. At the end of the day, there was a little bit of funding discrepancy, around $3.5 million that in the last amendments was written would come from the Oregon Forestland Protection Fund, which subsequent review by LFO, CFO analysts determined that as that fund is technically a trust, you couldn't move that money to administrative costs, administrative functions from the trust. That wouldn't have been constitutional. So that took that piece of the money out of play. there was a couple of options, last minute attempts to try to say, well, can they move funding around from something else? And there really wasn't anywhere to go and find that, as well as just trying to say, well, there's $3.5 million shortfall in this fire funding plan. Let's backfill it with general fund, and there was no open general fund out there to just subscribe to, so. I think most of you are aware there was a tremendous housing bill, that was majority of available general fund dollars, and from the natural resources perspective, I think things were pretty lean, and as far as ODF, definitely, any increased investments, were taken off the table. So that kind of left us kind of dead in the water, ran out of time in the short session, but there was a budget note, to have a work group, a broader work group convened with ODF and OSFM to look at the overall funding structure, a bigger picture, and report back to the legislature in December on what they found there.
Excuse me, what was the second acronym?
OSFM, Oregon State Fire Marshal.
Oh, okay,
Right.
okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. And then also to note, I know there was some efforts to identify some funding for another landowner offset in the interim to help kind of reduce the rate increases. And again, that would have been at least 7.5 million. So the difficulty finding 3.5 million definitely didn't apply any solutions for trying to find another 7.5 million. So no landowner offsets of whatsoever this time for this coming fiscal year. It's good to see Eric on, and Eric's a member of our headquarters services committee. So we have a landowner group that provides guidance and direction for our headquarters-based fire protection budget. So the staff here and the services we provide, we meet with that committee, and there's a landowner representative from each of our geographic regions, Northwest, East, and Southern Oregon, an industry representative, and then a representative for our operating associations, Walker Range, Douglas Forest Protective Association, and Coos Forest Protective Association. We held that meeting in the beginning of March here, just as the session was coming to a close. And like a district fire protection budget, we go over our budget, talk through the impacts, and pretty much get alignment. And what that budget creates is a rate produced to determine how much money we have to collect from each of our forest protective associations through the assessments to include funding for our areas and our headquarters services. And mostly headquarters services, our areas do a similar process. But all of our funding through landowner assessments based on acreage, and of course, we're a support function. We don't have acreage, so we get some of that funding comes from those collections out in the field. So we create this rate. It tells a district XYZ based on how much lands they have, what they're gonna have to include in their assessment to landowners to account for our costs. We're seeing about 7 to 8% increase in our budget costs, and through the union negotiations, a big driver was a 6% cost of living increase. That's going to be followed by another 6.5% cost of living increase. The union agreement also made provisions to eliminate some of our lower classified positions in state government, so all state agencies, all state government, to reach kind of a $21 some change minimum state wage for state employees. So some of those lower classifications will lose their first 1 and 2 entry-level steps, and people would come in automatically at step 3. So personnel costs are the biggest driver of our increased budget costs. And then as with everything, the rest of our supplies, services that we need to keep the business running, we're seeing costs that are above inflation on most of that stuff as well. And typically when we get budgets, there's the standard inflationary cost. It might be like 4%, and we might be seeing up to 6% inflation in reality. So it makes it pretty tight. At the end of the day, for the fire protection budget here at the headquarters service level, our overall budget was up in that 7 to 8% range, but we've been collecting at a higher rate the last 2 fiscal years. We had some deficits coming in to those years. So what we do is we collect to make up for that deficit, and then we're also closing the previous fiscal at a deficit, and that happened a couple of years in a row. And so we've collected now enough making up for that, and within this current fiscal year, we're forecasting to be pretty much right on with our budget spending, so not in a deficit. Maybe a tiny little bit of overage, but not much. Ultimately, that resulted in that rate we create going down a little bit because we had over collected and tried to make up for those deficits, and now things are kind of smoothed out. So that's good, and that's kind of just a weird relationship of our budget that through these collection rates and that can oftentimes be an impact where even though the budget itself increased with not going into a deficit spending, we're looking like we're pretty stable. Another piece of the fire funding that's kind of a result of this less than satisfying legislative session was in the previous session, ODF was given authority to sell bonds to purchase a new airplane that would perform all of our multiple fire missions of detection, mapping, including forest health surveys, all that kind of stuff, to replace our aging single airplane that we have right now. Our federal partners no longer will give us a certificate to allow their employees to fly on that aircraft just due to its aging, its age and the configuration of the aircraft and all that. It's a little bit older. So that's hampered some of that extra work we'd like to be doing. So we got this bonding authority for $12 million. Typically, we see bonding authority for facilities, whether it's a remodel or building a new facility. We haven't really seen it for something like this kind of capital outlay. And then there was also $2 million of bonding authority to repair or replace our hangar here in Salem. We've got a lot of damage and repair issues going on with that. We share and lease space with Oregon State Police for their aircraft. And we'd have to do some retrofitting for this newer model of aircraft we would get through these bonding approvals. First hurdle we had was, like a lot of good things, this conversation around a new aircraft started off with one legislator who wanted to help ODF do good things and said, we wanted to help in aviation. Initially, it was like buy helicopters, and that's really not the business we're in, to buy helicopters and staff them and have pilots and do suppression work. At the end of the day, it kind of transitioned to what do we really need as a new aircraft. And the initial methodology to repay these bonds was going to be based on legislative fiscal analysts, our traditional funding split in protection, which is landowner dollars and general fund. So that was one issue. The other issue was the technical specifications that were submitted with this initial aircraft really kind of confined us to almost one aircraft that would have been a little bit cost prohibitive. So the first thing we asked for was during legislative days leading up to the short session, we submitted new language to broaden our ability to acquire the right aircraft, so not be stuck with a single aircraft. Basically, maybe something everybody can understand is it would have had us buying basically a C-130. And that was going to be very cost prohibitive. So we were successful in getting the specifications reworded to include a lot of other aircraft that would have been much more reasonable to purchase and operate. The part we weren't successful at was getting the debt service repayment back to just general fund. So in addition to all these other landowner increases that folks are seeing, they would have started paying for, $12 million aircraft on top of that. And that assessment would have been added into this protection headquarters budget. So where we stand right now is that's kind of all on pause. There's been no bond sales, there's no movement. We'll have to look at trying in the long session next year to get successful approval to have the bond repayment, debt service repayment, just general fund. Once you're authorized to have bonds, you only have so many years to do all that work. It's gonna give us a really compressed time frame. That's a major issue. Also, the $12 million to purchase a new plane and have all of the technology we would need to do the work that we're asked to be doing. $12 million in another year or two is probably not enough with the rising costs of getting an aircraft, so that's another issue we'll have to face. Ultimately, I'm not sure where that's gonna end up. On a somewhat good news, our Part Navia, the aircraft that we have now, we had some issues detected this fire season with some fatigue and wear. And inspections have been performed. Basically, they took the tail off, they took the wings off, they sent parts away to get sent through basically like an MRI machine and looked at electrostatic testing, and things are looking good. So I think we're getting the issues resolved. We'll put it back together. We should be back up and functional like end of April. But again, it's a little bit of a limited aircraft. We're putting it through a lot of work that it wasn't intended to be put through, and more frequently than not. So we're stressing it out. We're wearing it out. It's an Italian-made aircraft. Parts come from Italy. There's only a few folks in this country that know how to really work on them. So there's a lot of issues keeping that airplane airworthy. And then again, our federal partners don't really feel comfortable with that airframe. So that's an issue for us. Last thing I'd say on budgets for us is kind of looking ahead to the new biennial budget. We've at least been told to plan for a budget that's based on our current service level. So no major reductions in programs. So the people we have stay static. We probably won't see any increased capacity in people. With every biennial budget, we do a 10% budget reduction exercise, and that's pretty impactful in the protection budget. With all of our split funding, we generally have a target we have to hit for general fund dollars. So when you take that general fund dollar, you take the other fund landowner dollars out of it too, and that starts eliminating things very quickly for us. It's almost like 3 times impact with the public and private landowner split and general fund. So that's gonna be interesting to see. But, you know, at least with those step increases, those elimination of those lower level and those cost of living increases, at least kind of seeing current service level was welcome news, that we don't have to do any 20 or 30% reductions, at least at this time. When we get into 20, 30% reductions in the protection, we're eliminating firefighters in the field, and that's pretty tough. So I'll stop and close on fire funding for protection and answer any questions folks might have before I talk about wildfire hazard map.
Dave?
I just wanted to echo what Ron was saying about how extremely complicated this for wildfire funding is. There was a presentation that was done on behalf of the bill 4133, where they outlined the convoluted nature and how intracted a lot of this funding is. It might be helpful. I mean, I can send that to you, Wendy, so you can see how complex it is to distribute it to everybody so that they can maybe help advocate for work going forward to make this a much more efficient process to the benefit of all of us SFOs.
Yeah. I am impressed by its complexity. I'll say that. It was interesting narrative going through those details. Other comments? I'm not sure you can see everyone, so if you feel like no one's calling on you, just speak up.
All right, wildfire hazard map. Oh.
Can I make a comment here as we look at the challenges that we face with the fire budgets and expenses and the needs for? As we go through a lot of these planning processes that we've been working on, we don't really address the revenue stream needed for fire And I look at that under the economic source in talking about when we reduce the harvest levels, we reduce the taxation off of the timber revenues that you see coming in that are at least sources of revenue that you've had. And those are declining from our perspective. So in the reality of what you're working with is there's a greater need to go to the general public of the state of Oregon, not the landowner, but the general public, and put requests in for them to provide revenue streams to maintain our fire codes and structures, as well as provide for the emergency needs when we have those outstanding fires that come up every season, because it's catastrophic at what we deal with. And I feel that one of our challenges in this process is we have members of our community that want to protect everything and reduce our harvest of these lands and the utilization of these resources that provide fire protection as well as revenue streams. And if they want to demand that we restrict ourselves, maybe they should come forward with demanding systems that provide revenues for us to replace what's being lost under the system as we currently operate. And I don't have an answer how we do that, but I think it's a question that needs to come into part of the programming and planning moving forward under Oregon Department of Forestry and our programs in the state of Oregon. Because this is not just forestry issues, it's community issues, it's public issues in Portland. It's throughout our region, and it's only going to take one episode of a mountain fire in the region there east or west of Portland that reaches into Portland, and we have a catastrophic event. So, you know, I only put this information forward as an incentive to try to figure out a way we can get through it. And I wish you well for what you're doing, and thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Amanda?
I have maybe a follow-up on Gary's kind of comment and line of inquiry there. So I know that the Steiner work group initially was very deliberately only included ratepayers, right? And so to Gary's point, I mean, a lot of the issues that were raised in the legislative session around the solution or the solution set that was developed by that work group came from people outside of that work group who really need to be brought along. So is the new work group, you know, developed through the budget note, is there going to be any emphasis to bring folks in and recognize, like Gary is saying, that they need to help solve this problem, of which some of and part of has been created by their own advocacy efforts?
That's a great question. I'm not sure that's been thought out that I'm aware of. Kind of like the last work group that was pretty closed door and,
Yeah.
and pretty small group, whatnot. But I would hope there's a look for that. I mean, I think what I was tracking with 4133 is, I think, you know, if we could have figured out the timing piece and where to get the additional funding, I think the support was there overall to move that forward, but it was just that money issue at the end of the day and not being able to find the funding. But, you know, our data shows human caused fires are on the rise. We have a lot of human caused fires. We know a lot of that is not, you know, forest owner sectors, whether it's small forest owners or large industrial. It's the general public, many of who are not residents or seasonal residents or passing through visitors, transients included. I mean, we have a large human caused fire problem that in our mind goes beyond our current funding structure.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking about, you know, there was the inclusion of the tax account, I think that's the right word, right? Surcharge. And obviously that was like the first thing to go, right? Because there were a lot of people that were very opposed to that. But to your point, right? I mean, I think the folks from the sector and engaged in the sector at large, right? Whether you're an NGO paying rates or you're, you know, a small landowner or whatever it is, right? Like that recognition that it shouldn't be only our kind of issue and brunt to bear, right? And so I guess, you know, I think that, yeah, you're right. There was a lot of agreement towards the end of session for where it ended up. But I personally, and, you know, from the AOL perspective, don't necessarily feel like it was the best solution for Oregon, right, at large. So, you know, I'm not saying that, you know, obviously you guys are gonna start from kind of where you ended, right? It would be my guess in the work group, but again, just thinking about how do we bring other folks along and through sort of this idea of collaboration, consensus, where people that have an issue, you know, that is raised, everybody else tries to provide solutions to solve that issue and vice versa, right? So, you know, it's just as much our responsibility to solve, you know, for some of these other social issues as it is for those folks on that side of the table to solve for our issues. And so by not including them at the table, I am just worried about, you know, a similar end result, right, during the long session. So again, just a food for thought, you know, as ODF is thinking about how to help structure this or provide potential options to the legislators that will be involved and, you know, staff, you know, LC staff and stuff that will be involved. But
Right.
anyways, just food for thought.
I think the structure of this group specifically saying that ODF and the fire marshal work together. For me, it's easy to get to a place where the fire marshal brings in and can bring in those groups because they represent those who are underprotected, who aren't ratepayers. So it seems like it should lend itself to that,
Mhm.
I would think.
Our switchboard is lighting up, and I'm gonna make one comment myself, which is that technically.
I'm not looking, so I'm sorry.
Which seems to me like the palatability of the solution to me is partly like adding on another, like, oh, it's just a small tax on everybody's property. It's often unpalatable to add a sort of special tax. It seems to me like in terms of thinking about the general public and the general public good, the general fund is really the general taxation goes in the general fund. And it's appropriate to think of those, the dollars that support the public interest broadly. So sometimes you get a smaller group like, oh, just add this little add-on tax. Well, like in the city of Portland, they keep doing that. It drives everyone nuts. Like, or maybe it's just me. Switching from that over to everyone else. I'll just start on the left. Maurizio.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you for raising this very important point. Very briefly, thank you, Amanda. I really think that maybe this could become one of the focus of our committee, and that is this discussion has to move from landowners and small landowner forests to the general public and the awareness to go with that. This is paramount. I mean, it's so anyway, I know many other people are there, so thank you for raising the point. And I think that the solution is not there yet, but awareness to the problem and the discussion to be brought to a larger audience. Thank you.
Thanks, Maurizio. Eric?
Yeah, Maurizio, you hit it right on the head there. I support you on that one and definitely building on Gary's comments. Ron, one of the things I wanted to continue to stress was, you know, building upon one of the things you said, where is fire coming from? And that idea that fire is becoming an all Oregon problem. It's not just a small landowner problem. It's not just a large landowner problem. It's impacting all Oregonians, whether you're in a major metropolitan area and you're being impacted by smoke, or as the senator likes to say, you know, your kids can't go play soccer because they've been closed due to particulate issues in the air, and the impacts that has on the Oregon Health Plan and its claims that end up escalating because of smoke impacts. It is an all Oregonian problem. And I wanted to continue to stress the idea of that new $12 million plane that initially conversations around the bonding authority for that were going to require landowners to pay for 50% of that. I support the idea that the general fund repay the debt service on that. Further, you know, we're going to pay for it when we use it in essence. So as our protection districts are requiring detection flights or are receiving a benefit from that, we're going to be paying for that. But I don't think it's fair to ask landowners to carry 50% of the burden on the debt service on $12 million airplane with a $2.5 million hangar.
Thanks, Eric. Rick?
Yeah, thanks. It was a very good briefing. One of the things is the budget note for Steiner, even though it was small, it has a lot more stakeholders than were involved in this short session. So in many ways, that's great for democracy and great for participation, but it also is going to be a lot more complex. It also includes mitigation, which the Steiner group didn't really take on. So it's going to be a big job. But there's more time in 2025 to work it and get folks together than there was in this short session. But the one thing I want to say is, having served on that working group with Senator Steiner, there's a wide, and I'm preaching to the choir, there's such a wide diversity of SFOs in Oregon, and some are highly productive forest sites and others less so. We've got east and west. We have folks that are dependent on their livelihood for income generated from the property, and other folks that are not. And then we have tiny acres up to 5,000. So in order to kind of find a size that fits all, it's going to be tough. And so we're looking forward to learning and bringing folks along, because there clearly is a lot of education needed. Even if you're paying the taxes, you may not know where they go and what you're buying. And so this group has an opportunity to do a lot of bridge building and in education. So look forward to it. And thanks for that really useful report.
Thanks, Rick. Kate? Oh, you're muted, Kate.
Sorry, I thought I had unmuted. Mine's really quick, but thank you, Gary and Mauricio and Eric and Rick, for just commenting on this, because I know that one of the things that we are so aware of too is that if we're wanting to help family forest stay family forests, so many of these things too kept coming up with, oh, well, if you live on your property, you could end up even being, doubly taxed on things. So this will be something that is going to continue to be of great concern, I think, to small forest landowners. And figuring out, just us being engaged as a committee, I think, is going to actually be really important in making sure that conversation keeps staying broad enough, especially since we're not the ones starting the fires, but so many of us are the ones paying for them.
I want to ask Gary and Glenn if they have any comments, because I can't see you on the screen, so I want to make sure I'm not missing you. There's someone typed a note over on the side too. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that was me,
Sorry.
Margaret Miller. I was just curious, and maybe I should know some of this, but I don't. Is there more granular data on the source of ignitions? Like, we always cite that human caused, but do we have that granular data that could help, inform what Amanda was saying about who to bring to the table?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our fire reporting data is pretty robust, and between our own analysis and KOG's analysis of public, human caused fires, we definitely have the data.
So that might be a good option or a good place to start in terms of like the stakeholders that, could be further engaged. And I did like the idea of, I think Eric was mentioning it, and obviously I think it's widespread impact, but how do we account for the smoke impacts that have a much greater footprint and do have that public health impact? And is there potentially, I know in the past, in my past position, we talked about whether we could work with the feds to bill for that impact. Like, is there a way to get financial reimbursement for the smoke impact?
Yeah, I mean, currently not. And really, as it stands now, the only way funding comes in to mitigate some of that is in situations like the 2020 wildfires, when we get major disaster declarations and presidential disaster declarations, which then have public assistance funding that comes in to play versus just our traditional fire management assistance grants, which is really only about suppression dollars and those direct suppression costs. So I think unless there's some change to some of those programs nationally through FEMA, that's likely the only place I would see funding. I don't see our federal land management agencies supporting that, just given their current budgets.
And what was the bill number that had the budget note?
I wanna say, I don't know the number, I think that might have been in the omnibus bill, funding bill that came out at the end. And I don't recall what that bill number is off the top of my head.
I'll look and see if I can find it.
Yeah, I would assume that's typically where we would see that.
Well, certainly good discussion of that point. Thanks, everyone. Margaret, you're also a person who I can't see on the screen, so I'm glad you spoke up.
Yeah.
Do you want to go ahead with the map?
Yeah, I'll probably be a little quicker about the map, only because I'm not the subject matter expert. Tim Holzbach, our Deputy of Policy and Planning, is really our subject matter expert when it comes to the wildfire hazard map and all of the process there, but of course, just as a refresh, right, 2021, this all came on a Senate Bill 762. We were tasked to do a wildfire risk map. Risk itself was a problem. 5 risk classes was a problem. The timing was a problem, so ultimately not a real successful delivery of that map.
I found it.
Okay. Good deal.
It's SB 5701.
There you go.
And if you look at the, on the overview page and then go to the analysis, that's where you'll find the document that says budget notes, because it's not in like the bill.
So it was SB 5701?
5701.
Okay.
Sorry.
Perfect, thank you.
That was helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, in 2023, Senate Bill 80 kind of retasked the department and others to change the name from the risk map to the hazard map, reduce those 5 classes down to 3 classes of hazards, and create a new map, basically, and so that process is underway. It's kicked off here in March, March 7th, with the first of the Rules Advisory Committee. Those are all virtual meetings, as I understand them. There's one coming up on March 28th and then April 18th. And then after those meetings, there'll be public outreach meetings, town hall meetings. Our focus will be on our Southwest Oregon area prior to and around the June Board of Forestry meeting. And then we'll continue with more of those town hall meetings after the June Board of Forestry. Right now, there's a couple of other changes. So the reduction of the hazard classes from 5 to 3, changing the name risk to hazard. And then there was some changes to how the appeals and notification request process would work. And there's a lot of discussion about the kind of the policy trade-offs around irrigated agricultural properties. And what are those impacts and effects of irrigated properties? As in some of the first iterations, right, of the map, you know, some of those concerns were brought up by landowners who said, well, my property is irrigated, yet it shows up with this risk at the time rating versus, you know, what they think it should be in reality. So there's a lot of focus around that. Effort was made this time around to engage Oregon Association of Counties. That was a group that was somewhat missed in the time constraints in the first part of the process. So really, that's kind of the update on the wildfire hazard map as it stands now. More to come as we get through those rules advisory committee meetings, and then whatever kind of public comment is brought into that process as well.
Thank you. I've actually forgotten what the purpose of the map is. It's been going on for a while, and what is it?
Yeah, it's basically, you know, a map that a landowner, a homeowner can go to and reference and see what their wildfire hazard is. What are the chances of wildfire impacting them? So a bunch of various inputs that go into it, you know, topography, slope, fuels, all of that kind of stuff goes into basically analyze and look at your property, your structure, and what kind of wildfire hazard you face.
So will the department be using it?
The department would use it potentially, public can use it. This for grant funding and projects like that, require some kind of reference to a wildfire map that says what is the risk or hazard, whatever term they prefer to use, that you're trying to mitigate, because then that'll bring in fire mitigation dollars potentially. And of course, everybody wants to spend the dollars on the areas of highest need.
I see.
Yeah.
Thanks
So-
for reminding me.
Yeah, sure.
Mauricio?
A quick note, thank you. A quick note that landowners, again, are receiving from their insurance company termination notes. This is not a trivial matter. I know that it was not a direct cause. Insurance companies are a business. They're there to make money, and it's their choice what they want to do and what they're going to be moving. But the trickle-down effect is that before this, it didn't happen, and after that, it did happen. So the reality of today is for those of us that live in a forested land, that we have a parcel of the tax lot that is the residence, and surrounding that we have different tax lots of the forest, or combinations of that. The forest was never insured, but the residents are, the structures are, and when you lose that, the bank will recall your loan. So this is not a trivial thing at all. And although it cannot be, and I know we had also a bill that really addressed that, the reality on the ground is that this is happening today.
Right, and I think, you're referencing the bill with the insurance commissioner and commission that basically said, insurance carriers couldn't use this map to terminate your policy. Certainly, they can do other things to take that kind of measure. And initially, most of the insurance industry said they don't reference our maps anyway. They do all their own studies and have their own maps and their own determinations. But I think you're absolutely right. While many view the bill that was passed as, well, that solves the problem, it doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah, thank you. So I again, this is one point. We're gonna do one of the meetings in the future with our Oswa local chapters exactly on this, again, issue, insurance and the letters or phone calls they are receiving, and clarity and plans for the future. We don't really know how to address it, really.
I appreciate your point that it's simultaneously and probably not causational, that the insurance is going away at the time of the map. I mean, it's part of this big picture. It's conceivable there's some causation, but that strikes me as unlikely. Other comments? Another big issue, but no answers today. So thank you for presenting.
Great. Thank you for having me. And just a final note, wildfire knows no calendar month limitations. So down in Sweet Home, we've been pretty busy the last couple of days, already picking up some fires and receptive fuels. So we're busy fighting fires. We don't have our seasonal firefighting force hired yet. That's all the work that's going on right now, is trying to hire firefighters, and yet we're always challenged in the early season.
Okay, thanks again.
Thanks.
Next up is communications efforts with small forest landowners, and Mike's going to present on that.
Well, I'm going to introduce the presenter.
Oh, I thought you were on it. Sorry.
No, I know a little bit about it, but I have Tim Hoffman and Jarl. I'm not going to try and pronounce Jarl's last name because I get it wrong. Cervantes? Did I say that right, Jarl? Anyway, going to have the two of them actually talk about the communication to small forest landowners. I think Heather or Miriam probably sent around this. You should have gotten a little flyer from them. That's kind of what they're going to talk on today. It's just to kind of help kind of get some of this communication out to small forest landowners, but I don't want to steal Tim's thing here. Are you there, Tim?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, there you are. Okay, go ahead and take it, Tim.
Okay, I'll start bigger picture first. First, I want to thank the committee. They were very helpful when we did all those new web pages with the PFA. A lot of those web pages were modified based on your feedback, and now we're kind of moving ahead. We have that content. We're looking at better ways to reach out to folks and get that content to them. So that's where we're kind of moving that direction now. We're looking at several different ways, not just ODF, but working better with the Partnership for Forestry Education, some of our partner agencies, to get that content out. And what we need from you folks kind of is feedback on the best way to do that, and also feedback on which areas you would like to see more. We have, all our new Forest Practices Act rules and regulations. We're trying to, get the word out on a lot of the grant programs, but there's things we're missing, let us know. And sort of part of our internal outreach here to all the SFOs, I want to introduce Yara Cervantes. Yara, she's been here, I think, 8 months already. Is that right, Yara?
Yeah, more or less.
So luckily she's been helping me out, and actually she's kind of heading now the SFO outreach. So I'll leave her talk about a few things we've been doing recently as far as our Gov Delivery email list. Go ahead, Yara.
So the only thing I have for y'all today is just to discuss the Gov Delivery email list that we created. So that is going to be a list that folks can sign up for. Anybody can sign up for it, but it's going to be essentially a conduit for folks to be able to have access to information that's coming out from the SFO office that they can sign up for, and it will go directly to their email. Currently, our biggest task right now is getting that email list populated. And so one of the first things we did, one of the first products we created is a half sheet that has a QR code and a written link for folks to be able to either scan or go to that tiny CC link. And it just takes them directly to the sign up page for that list, so that way, as we are building the foundation, currently just building the foundation as a platform for folks to get more access to information that has sort of been bottlenecking getting out to the public, and it's also good for using internally as well. So so we're just going to continue working through finding different ways, working with collaborators and things like that, such as like OSU and a few other places, to try and get the word out for that email list so that we can continue to populate that list. That half sheet that we made this weekend is going to be going to the Tree School event. So that will be the first event that half sheet's at for folks to sign up for. The URL we used will be able to sort of track metrics on how folks are signing up, as well as with that QR code, I believe. And we should be making that document available on the ODF Hub under either Forest Resources. I'm not sure if SFO has their own category under Forest Resources. If not, I think that's again later down the road something we're going to be looking at potentially adding, but we will make that available for anybody who would like to help encourage folks out in the field to have access to that document and get access to the mailing list. And then I will share that here in the chat after my part, but that's pretty much it.
And I'd also like to say we've been working hard with Jesse Hubert and Lori Bell, the two main managers with the SFO program. And we're looking at being consistent throughout the year with this mailing list to come up with a list of topics so they get it more regularly. We seem to be hot and cold in our communications. When there's a subject out there, we do a lot, in a short period of time, and then you don't hear from us. So we're trying to be a little more consistent and intentional in communicating with SFOs. And again, if you have subjects or things that you would like to see more on, let us know, and we'll get the managers to get some better product out and awareness on that.
Yes. Oh, I just have one more thing to add really quick.
Okay.
Forgot to mention, sorry. There's also going to be, we have an updated version of that sheet that I will share here in chat too. That on the back, on the one that I'm shared, is a link for folks to scan so that they can go to the SFO certification so that they can see if they can look and see and apply for that SFO certification through ODF. And that's it. For real this time.
Thank you, Yarrow. And also, I'd say we're also looking at ways, to do more in-person type stuff. We have our 12 SFO foresters positions that are out in the local offices. they're willing to come out and talk to folks. We also have our training team here that's been very active with formal trainings. And those products are going to be available on our website for people who miss them. So I just wanted to get that out there that we're trying to reach out as best we can, as often as we can with relevant information. And that's where we'd like any feedback from you folks on better ways we can do that. Because I know the SFOs we heard here are so diverse, there's no one best way to reach everybody. I see there's a couple questions. I think, Rick, you had your hand up first.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. We get a lot of requests by vendors to promote their business, kind of cold call stuff. And I wonder, can you talk a little bit about privacy and protection of these SFO lists?
Can you clarify your question just a little more? I'm not sure when you say protection of the list, you mean not sharing them?
Yeah, if someone calls and said, I want a list of all the SFOs, is it a public records request, or is it something that, anyway, if I don't know how it works, but we have some folks that are a little concerned about signing up for stuff.
Okay, that's a good point. I'd have to do a little more research on that because most of our stuff is subject to public records request. I don't know if there's any opt-out for those type mailing lists. I don't want to put Mike on the spot because I don't think either one of us know the complete answer to that. But Mike, if you have any insight to that?
I don't. I think you're correct that it would be a public records request, but we'll have to talk about this with Tim.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah. Rick, let's do a little more research on that because we didn't think about that, a privacy issue. We just assume when people sign up, they want to get the information. But you're right. I actually have a public record request now that was asking for stuff out of our e-notification system for addresses of folks who are doing forest operations. So that's a good point.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'll just pipe in real quick also and say, there are other, it's just going to be press releases and stuff that are mailed out on public documents that are going to be mailed to that mailing list. So if folks aren't comfortable signing up for a mailing list because they have a concern about that being public record, then there are certainly other avenues by just going to the SFO link on our website, and they can more than likely access things. And that's a really good point to bring up for folks that aren't interested in signing up, making sure that they have access to other ways of finding that information.
Dave.
I was just going to briefly suggest, if you haven't thought about this already, but the local Oswald chapters, most of them I think have newsletters, and you could just send that to each president or each newsletter editor, and they can incorporate that into their newsletters. That's that same advertisement that you just showed, and any other information that you want, especially if you want to further couch that information with those that are concerned about privacy issues. You know, they could just do it the old-fashioned way via email or snail mail or whatever. But I would suggest for a lot of folks that don't get on the ODF website, but they do read their local chapters newsletters, this might be a good way of doing that.
Thanks for that suggestion, Dave.
Mauricio?
Yeah, thank you. I really commend ODF's website for the volume and the quality of the material posted. Sometimes it's hard to find them. Even in the search, an example, last meeting we talked about PFA technical guidance. When you type that in the search, so in case of this document, for example, redundancy, maybe we need to post them in 3 different places, or maybe we really need to make sure that the search in the search box really is going to guide you that with 1, 2, 3, 4 keywords that really take you to that particular document. So that all this stuff is there, it's hard to find.
I don't disagree, and we have been posting almost all our fact sheets and documents, both on the Forest Practices Act page and the SFO office page.
Thank you, guys.
So we try to keep that up, and we're kind of stuck with the state format. I'm not trying to make too many excuses, but it's really hard to come up with something a little more user-friendly without spending a lot of money outside that format. So that's why we're kind of, and I agree, it's a very dense website and hard to navigate if you aren't sure where you're looking. So any suggestions to make that easier for us, we're definitely take to heart. Thank you.
Tim, I have a little bit of a suggestion with that. What about using the Know Your Forest, the Partnership for Forestry Education? We have the Know Your Forest webpage. I don't know how familiar you are with it, but
Yeah. And that's where the Partnership for Forestry Education, we've been looking at seeing the best way to cross-reference some of that stuff. I was, there's a meeting coming up in April, and I was going to suggest maybe we have, as part of the Partnership for Forestry Education, maybe a communications subcommittee to talk about that, because a lot of the folks on there are educators trying to get all the content done, and they don't think about distribution and sharing some of that. So we're looking at better ways maybe we can do that. Because both you guys, us, OSU, there's a lot of resources. I know Amanda's group has some training resources out there. There's a lot of stuff there. If we could maybe consolidate and make it easier for folks to find it. It just gets a little tricky cross-referencing everything with everything being updated. So,
well, you'll probably end up working with me on that. And I do know that we have to be doing a big update to that site due to just like the requirements for maintenance on that particular platform. And so maybe there is an opportunity to like get APIs or something that will automatically bring them together onto one location, one spot. So, but you'll probably end up working with me. So look forward to getting to know you a little bit better.
great. Yeah, we can discuss more of that offline then. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Amanda?
I just had a comment, so I missed it at the beginning. Is this, this kind of half page, is this like done, like no more edits or?
No, it hasn't been
Yeah.
distributed. Go ahead, Yarrow, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, it's pretty much complete. It was just meant to be like a very quick product that we were trying to make in time for tree school. So it's complete as it is. We can do, if anybody has any interest in doing it sort of an offshoot product or something like that, we can certainly look at doing something like that. But yeah, we worked with Jesse Ebert and Aaron Mickey a bit on getting that complete, and so yeah, it's a complete document.
And I asked that because for AOL's population, the land, the operating community, in many cases, a landowner may not know these rules in and out, but an operator will be expected to. And so so in many cases, the SFO forester and the stewardship forester that is going to know these rules, they're going to be working more directly, not in all cases, but in some cases with the operator. And so, I think it's a miscategorization to say that the SFO office only assists landowners. That it really should be brought into landowners and their contractors or their consulting foresters. And like, there's a larger community there, right? That, I just want to make sure that we're recognizing that this really isn't just for people that own the land, but people that are being consulted to help develop management plans, as well as those that are doing the operations, because different people are doing the notification. And so anyways, I just want to highlight that we, as from the operator community, we feel like we're a huge component that isn't really being recognized necessarily.
Right.
Some of these communication efforts.
Right.
Our members are feeling a bit underinformed.
Sure. Yeah, and we're definitely trying to assess as much of that information as possible, because it is a very complicated demographic. It hasn't been easy to sort of isolate and identify like exactly everybody that we're including and things like that. I understand that there are a lot of different things in regards to different definitions for an SFO, both within our agency and within other organizations and things like that. So it can become kind of difficult to sort of reconcile. If there are, I was trying to post the document in the chat, but it doesn't look like I can post documents in there. So Tim has it up, but maybe I can share it with everybody on the email list for the committee and have folks look over it and see, if we can make the document better. I'm more than open to doing that. So it's just something that's been printed off like locally. We haven't sent it through DAS for printing or anything like that. Just to get it ready in time for tree school, as it was sort of like a last minute type thing. But yeah, certainly open to any feedback or input on what should be included on that could help communicate clear who might be interested in signing up for that email notification list. Yeah.
It's Wendy. I had one thought about it, which is, to me, it's really nice, and anything that's not just a one pager, but one quarter pager, excellent. But I would say, it sounds to me a little bit, when you read it, like you have to make a certification in order to be on this listserv. And I would perhaps try and make it clear that you don't have to certify all those things at the bottom in order to sign up. But that might just be me reading it that way. Other comments?
If you do have comments that you want to get back to Yarrow or Tim, send them to Heather or Miriam through the committee.
And just to let everybody know, I did already send this out to you guys via email, so it should be in your emails.
Super.
Right.
Thank you. Okay. Any final questions or comments? All right, we have a break schedule. We have all these treats in the room, so time for treats here, and enjoy your break, everybody. We'll be back in 15 minutes at 10 of. Sound good?
Yeah.
See you in a little bit. Ready? Mic's on.
Mike's on.
Yes. Hello, everyone. We're reconvening the meeting. We have Don Kaczmarek.
Kaczmarek?
Yeah, pretty close here in the room with us. We'll be presenting later. The next item on our agenda is the recommendation of Mauricio, Kate, and Gary to serve another term on CFF. And they have each kindly said that they are willing and interested to do that, for which we're very appreciative. Any comments from the three of you? Mauricio, Kate, and Gary, anything you'd like to say about stepping up for the next term?
No comment, just gratitude. I love what the committee is doing, so I'm very honored to be part of it. Thank you.
Thanks so much. You don't need to step forward and saying something. I wanted to just make sure you're all truly on board. You haven't changed your minds. The next step will be for each of you to like hop off the meeting just informally for maybe 3 minutes while we make the vote, do the vote, where actually it's a recommendation. We will agree to recommend you to the Board of Forestry for a formal appointment. So if Mauricio, Kate, and Gary can hop off by turning off your cameras and sound for a minute.
This meeting is being recorded.
That would be good. Oh, we're doing something technical here in the room. Just a minute. There. Okay.
Get back to my meeting here.
So our next item, maybe you could switch it to gallery view just so we can see the various members, the voting members of the committee. We're switching to gallery so we can see who's here, making sure that the right people are here. Yeah, okay. So let's for the recommendation, the item under for decision is the recommendation of Mauricio, Kate, and Gary, each for an additional term on the Committee for Family Forestlands. Any discussion? See,
they want to continue.
I agree with that. No further discussion needed except appreciation. I make a motion that the Committee for Family Forestland recommend for an additional term each of Mauricio, Kate, and Gary. Anyone second that?
This is
I can
Dave.
second. Oh, go ahead, Dave.
I second. Kayla thirds.
Thank you. Each voting member in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? They are now recommended to the Board of Forestry for an additional term. Thanks so much, everybody.
Maybe let them know they can come back on, Heather.
Yeah, can you maybe put in the chat?
It looks like Maurizio and Kate left, so you may need to.
Yeah,
Hopefully
they
they'll be
actually
joining.
left, so putting it in the chat doesn't do any good. I'll go call them.
Thanks, sorry about that. Maybe I should have, I can text Kate, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have like a little room, we can stick them in.
Make a breakout or.
Yeah, I guess we could have done a breakout, right? The voting people
I don't
have done a
know
breakout.
if Zoom lets you do breakouts like
Yeah.
Teams does.
No.
I don't know how to do it.
It does, you have to have a premium membership or whatever, but. And I think you have to set it up like that when you set up the meeting.
There's Kate.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
I think I have Mauricio's number. On the phone, but I don't have it saved.
No, he'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
Sorry, didn't take very long. We're just waiting a minute for Mauricio to hop back on so that we can announce the recommendations of Kate, Mauricio, and Gary.
He's back.
Mauricio's back.
He's ready.
Here he is.
Welcome back. Thanks for going through that bit of formality there. Naturally, we're very happy to say that we are recommending Mauricio, Kate, and Gary to serve another term on the CFF. Thank you so much for your service in the past, your continuing service, and for stepping up for a new term. It's a really great committee and such capable and competent people on it with so much to give. Thank you. That said, Ben is on, so we can have our conversation about the voter forestry. Thanks so much, Ben, for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Congratulations to you three on re-upping. I'm excited to see you continue on the committee. It's a great committee. And I'm honored to be a fly on the wall for this. So I have a couple of updates and a handful of questions, and wanted to start with a update on the vision document and that project and sort of where we are at. Not much has really happened since we talked last. And first of all, I just want to really thank everybody for the really great conversation we had at our last meeting. And then also for those of you who sent me follow-up comments afterwards, I really appreciated those. Found that super helpful in helping me, and I think the whole board, to think through, or at least the subcommittee to think through this work. So it's really mostly in Joy Krozik's hands right now, and it should very soon be coming out for comment, the draft that's there. It's not too different from the draft that we looked at last time, but there's some subtle changes. Mostly it was formatting changes to format in a way to meet the governor's and DAS's mandate on each department needs to have a strategic plan. And so this spring, over the next, March, April into May, I think is really comment time. And then there'll be another work session for the committee and then the whole board to take those comments, roll them back in, and this will get voted on at our June meeting because there's a deadline to have it done by the end of the fiscal year to satisfy the governor and her request for all the agencies to have one of these updated. So that's a little logistics there. I'm hoping that we can figure out whether our next meeting will line up with another round of comments on it. I didn't really have anything big to bring you this time as far as big changes that we've done on it since our conversation last, but those are it's still being worked on. The one question that I'm still wrestling with, one of the things I'm still wrestling with in this document, and I was curious to get folks' perspective here on the committee, is the fire goal. And it had originally been titled the wildfire goal. And I think some of us in the committee were trying to figure out how we articulate in this vision document the various types of fire on the landscape in Oregon, and acknowledging that fire is most often something we're trying to put out, but sometimes is something we're trying to prescribe. And it's a complex topic, and was just curious from folks on the committee and who had thoughts on how we might frame fire as the complex topic that it is in this goal. I feel like we try to sort of cover our bases, but we, in our last subcommittee meeting, had a conversation that went quite a long time about whether we call it the fire goal or the wildfire goal and the different meanings of those two words. So happy to talk about fire if anybody's have any thoughts or any other questions about the vision document and where we're at right now. I thought I'd sort of open that up to everybody for a little bit before we go on to other things.
I have a thought, which is, we were just having a conversation about wildfire, prevention, funding, and a bit about the map, just in this committee. And the conversations hinge on underlying facts and what you think they are. One topic that keeps coming up is, actual data about fire origins, what starts them. And Don Graham was saying that, we have very good data on those points. And I feel like when we talked about the strategic plan earlier, I had mentioned that I think you need to start like on vision, but then also include in your strategic plan some kind of fixed points with some specificity. And I feel like things about the actual origin of fire, how fires start, is a really critical part of defining fire. Because if I recall correctly from the, I think Julie Woodward did a really good presentation to us about OFRI data on fire, how much fire starts in the WUI, how few fires are started out on industrial lands by, say, management practices. These are things that it's helpful in honing your vision to have those facts in the foreground, even if they show up like some kind of footnote or a little bit at the end of your vision, pointing out that you have some facts you agree on upon which it's based.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
I see Kate has her hand up too.
I like the idea of it being about fire even more than wildfire, because especially since this is a document for all Oregonians, not just for small woodland owners, I think there has been this maybe misperception or sort of smushing together of, oh, fire all bad. Oh no, we did all these years of fire suppression that led to fuel, so now all fire is good. And so I think that ongoing need for education that yes, there is good fire on the land, and prescribed fire can be that, but there is still also not so good fire that needs to, be something that we address, whether by direct attack or by fuels mitigation. But I think starting from a point of talking about fire rather than wildfire, it kind of makes it broader before you focus in different areas.
Thank you. Yeah, I was hoping, Kate, that you would weigh in, and I appreciate that sentiment.
Ben, I'd like to weigh in too, and I look at fire as a management tool, and it has the capacity to help us prevent future wildfires, as to deal with the waste materials that we accumulate and create. And I go back to my day in forestry where we used to have prescribed burns after we logged everything to clean up the site and replant the trees. And in my perspective, that made a big difference. And I was fortunate that we had no getaways or fires that ran after that. But I look at it as all into the timing when you have a prescribed fire. You don't want it in June, but you want it in October or November, and maybe February or March if you can put them in place. But it's a viable tool that has a place in our resource management.
Thank you. Absolutely. I like that perspective of it as a management tool, because it is.
Rick?
Yeah. Hi, Ben. How are you?
Doing well. Good to see you.
Thank you. Two things that if we're looking at this as a strategic plan and a communication tool, the work of Keep Oregon Green and those messages are really, really important. And stopping human-caused fires that are sometimes by our neighbors and hopefully not us, but that's a big deal. And that's something that the education never ends. And then the other part, I attended a talk for Society of American Foresters recently with John Bailey. And I'm sure you've heard his version and seen his new book. But that idea that it's going to burn and preparing people for that, whether it's something that we encourage to happen or who knows, but that idea of living with fire, I think maybe that's an old phrase now, but fire's not going away. And we need to be prepared to handle it in all its different forms. And I'm a big fan of prescribed burns, and it's expensive and we need to do it and there's risk involved, but that's also another level of landowner education. Folks may not be doing that on their properties, and it's kind of the higher level thinking. So I just wanted to applaud you all for taking this on, and it's sort of like a food pyramid of issues, especially when we're communicating with stakeholders and the public. Thank you.
Amanda.
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah, hey, Ben. Good
Hey
to
there.
see you. Sad to not have you in the room, but that's okay. I guess I would have a little bit of concern of turning it from wildfire to fire, because in the context of prescribed fire, that's a management tool. And identifying a goal around the use of a tool seems a little bit odd compared to the other titles and like priorities that you guys have. So I would maybe rather tie in to wildfire and the specific efforts of the protection division. We have a whole division associated with that. I think that's a pretty important piece for us to cover in the vision document. And I would rather see prescribed fire and other uses of fire from a management perspective incorporated into probably all of the priorities, because it is important for resiliency. It's important to address wildfire. It's important for climate. To me, it just seems like it would be difficult to develop a concise goal around fire when you're trying to incorporate wildfire and prescribed fire. So I'll just leave it there, but.
Thank you. I'm curious to hear other folks' thoughts. You raise a very good point. And if you remember back, fire was not originally one of the goals. And Jim really encouraged us to address fire head on. Fire was strategies and tactics in all of the goals. And I think he made the case, and I think it was a good one, that fire is such a big topic and in forestry in Oregon that we need to address it head on and we need to call it out. But I think we've sort of struggled about what the goal is. I think we're really just trying to talk about it in a lot of different ways. And so I think you point out exactly that challenge, I think, that's in the document. And if you bear with me for just a moment, the goal as currently written is suppress, manage, and mitigate wildfire to protect communities, allow natural ecosystem processes, and promote the adaptive capacity of Oregon's forests. And so I think we're really talking about having a fire resilient landscape. And so maybe fire resilience might be the goal. But I think we want to just sort of keep it as high level as possible. So I don't know, curious to hear other folks' thoughts, but there's a tension there that you highlighted. And
yeah, to me, it seems like the goal you just stated is really about wildfire, not about fire as a tool. My only thought is it's like kind of like in making your outline. If you start with fire as your top thing, pretty soon you have to split it into the tool, like Amanda says, and the escaped tool, or just the destructiveness of fire and mitigating against that. So you branch it pretty early into two distinct things.
Yeah.
Other comments?
I see Amanda, I understand Amanda's point. I do see and that conflict that you're raising. But I also think since this document isn't a vision for forest people who are already in the business of caring for forests, I think understanding that maybe fire, I don't know that everyone who doesn't actually put out their campfire because they don't want to get their hands dirty understands that that actually can become a wildfire. And so that fire is this thing. Yes, if we break, as it starts breaking down into things, it's also a tool. But you know, whether it's a debris burn, somebody's fire in their backyard in a rural neighborhood, or agricultural burning isn't part of forestry, but or people, oh, I'm in the woods and I have a fire because I want one, and then I've walked away from it thinking it's all fine now, and next thing we know it becomes a conflagration. I think understanding that fire is a bigger topic than just wildfire. I don't know. I mean, because it starts to feel like, oh, that only impacts those people in the forest that should be paying for our fire protection, not, oh, this is everybody's responsibility, and because it impacts all of us. And on other related ones, before I forget it, Dave reminded me earlier, we were just at the American Tree Farm System National Leadership Conference, and there was, I know that forest management has come up as a conflicted and conflict related term. And one of the things that was interesting, one of the short sessions that I went to that was pretty inspiring by Ethan Tapper, who is a Vermont county forester. One of the things he talked about is and many people don't realize that they actually think forest management is a good thing. They just don't realize it yet, and it's part of how we communicate it. And one of the things is that we so often start from defending what we're doing rather than celebrating what we're doing to create resilient forests. So his perspective, some of his stuff on how we communicate and that perspective shift is really illuminating, and it could be something worth maybe the committee or others of us thinking about. I'm happy to share some of his contact info, because I think we sort of start from this position often of defending forest management as an important thing, rather than celebrating the reality that what we do is play a role in the in creating resilient forests, in nurturing resilient forests, and helping sustain resilient forests. So he was really pretty amazingly inspiring. So
Thank you. I'll definitely want to look that up. Sounds really great.
Margaret has a question in the chat. It looks like you're looking at it, Ben.
Oh,
no, there's a question in the chat.
I'm getting there. I would agree that, yeah, resiliency is a big word and a big term. So the question is, what about wildfire resiliency and the responsible use of fire? The stress on responsible. In my opinion, resiliency is not just on the landscape, but also on the community and people themselves. And yeah, I think responsible use of fire is a theme I feel like we've been talking about here that's really important.
Well, and Amanda, I get what your point is about the complexity of it, but we also use wildfire. We use managed wildfire as a management tool as well. So there's complexities with that.
Well, and I think there's some debate over that of whether or not ODF would say that they utilize that, but.
Oh, yeah, I know. Well,
but either way,
everybody.
Yeah, and Ben, maybe you want to highlight what the other priorities are for folks that may be less engaged.
Mm-hmm.
The overall goals of the vision, is that what
or just, yeah, the different priority topics, just for those that may not know.
Oh, got it. Which were goals and now we're called priorities.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, there's so that the document has 5. There's resilient forests, resilient communities, climate leadership, wildfire or fire, and then operational excellence is the fifth. And so that's the context within which this sits, is those 5 goals or priorities.
Well, obviously resilience is a theme then.
It sure is. Sure is. And well, thank you. I've been taking a whole bunch of notes here, and yeah, before we move on, just wanted to, any other thoughts, questions, comments on the vision document, the process, where it's at, and where we go from here. So any other thoughts, questions, comments on the vision?
I'll just ask Ben.
If I may,
Go ahead. I don't know who's talking, but go ahead.
okay, well, when we talk about fire in the state of Oregon, you cannot ignore our federal agencies, the Bureau of Land Management and the Forest Service, who own a dominance of our land and the forests in particular, and what their management plans are for fire and fire suppression. And some of the ironies of that, in the past years where we've had fires, the Forest Service has taken roles that say hands off, back away, and let's let it burn for a while, especially in remote areas. And you see catastrophic acreages burn that in times now have been lapping over into private lands too. And, you know, it becomes the dynamics that you're not just trying to protect the private land sector, but you're going to have to contend with and deal with what federal agencies do. And how do you mitigate the exposure for the private landowner and the private forest within our state that become under your control? So I would say that you've got to have those agencies involved with you and somehow relating to what their principles are for suppression, because they've taken some distinctly different modes in the last 5 to 10 years than there used to be, where their attitude was hit it and put it out, and now it's back up and watch, and that has impacts. Take it on.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That does remind me that some of the, like, under resilient forests, perhaps under that comes some issues related to like federal endangered species and water quality and things like that, where it's not just the vision of the state of Oregon for those things that matters, but they're also a pretty significant overlay of federal agency interests. Because under resilient forests, I'm assuming that's where you would be putting things like healthy ecosystems on a species level, and also stuff like providing clean water, well, maybe to communities, although maybe the resilient communities is where that comes in. But I just think that resilient forest is a very broad priority though, which I'm assuming has some pretty vigorous sub-bullets.
It does. There's a lot there. And I think one of the I just wanted to highlight Margaret's comment about, prescribed fire is kind of falls within the operations and probably the resilient forest category, and it does. There's a messaging component here of wanting to communicate to Oregon that fire is complex, and that there is not one recipe, and it's not always, it has to be put out. But I think, smoke management is a big and challenging topic, and this is hopefully helps address smoke management and the times when we might want to be making some smoke to avoid other smoke in other parts of the year. And so there's trying to sort of that's why I've been sort of pitching this more bigger picture idea of fire in this goal, is that this is hopefully an educational tool, and hopefully one that this committee can help the department educate on. There's a lot of education needed.
Mauricio.
Thank you. Ben, it's always great to have you in the room, virtually or not. That's super cool. So one thought about these big words. We don't have to teach a forest how to be resilient. This planet has been very resilient. I mean, the forest is resilient. We don't have, they don't need help. It does not need help from us. What the complexity of here comes when the people get involved in that, when the communities started. And I think that is the component that is often less resilient. If the resiliency is the ability of bouncing back from a type of an emergency. So I think it's important to underline how nature in itself is humble but very resilient in essence, and I think that's a lesson for me every day I walk in the forest. That if I will go away, and the slow motion of the wonderful miracles of every day, they'll continue to be. Before a fire and after the fire is when we are involved in that, with population, roads, communities, fire line, power line, and those kind of things, that becomes more complex.
Well put, Maurizio. You always put a smile on my face. I appreciate that.
I appreciate that comment too, because I remember in the first draft we saw, it had language about, it sounded to me like, you know, the forests are essentially a threat to humanity, which to me seemed like what Maurizio is pointing out, that yes, a forest that is not well cared for, that's, you know, an even age forest overly stocked during a really dry spell is going to burn more than a natural forest would. Many of our forests, you know, they're no longer first growth forests. So in the real world in which we live, we have to deal with these issues of, you know, second, third growth forests and their state. But I appreciate your comment, Maurizio, about the essentialness of a forest not really being the threat, but, you know, not stewarding your forest creates threats.
I grew up in Italy, where earthquakes are very present. I mean, much of other parts of the country, but we had a say in Italy that says an earthquake will never kill you. Your house will. You know, if you think about it, if you stand in the middle of the field and the biggest earthquake you can possibly imagine is going to come, you're going to shake for a while, you'll be fine. What is around you, on top of you, will kill you, not an earthquake. So the same thing relates to the forest, right? There is a beauty in the resiliency and in the simplicity of this great ecosystem.
Hard to top that comment, but
I just had process questions, unless anybody has anything else.
Go ahead.
So Ben, as far as the roadmap that was presented, I think at the board meeting and at your last subcommittee meeting, you know, we're in March, which says that there's, you know, staff input and partner input. So obviously this is one version of partner input. Can you explain what else partner input means to get to that final draft in April?
Talk to Joy.
Okay.
I have I don't know exactly, and I'm trying to make sure I'm following the proper channels and protocols. I have made it very clear that partner input needs to be taken very seriously, and that the CFF is one of those partners. I'm hoping that very soon, maybe through Heather or somehow, that this will come in front of you formally for comment. But I'm a little unclear on exactly what that process is, and Joy is really leading that. So I'm going to defer to her on the mechanism there, but there will be more process unfolding here in the next weeks and months.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious because April is
Yeah.
merely a week and a half away. So just thinking about how this, you know, and especially for the different committees within ODF, you know, similar to this one. I mean, this one's unique in that I think our mandate is both to advise ODF and the board. And so obviously, you know, individual comments are great, but we want to have collective comments, I would guess, you know, as well, that something coming from the CFF to the board would have input and agreement across the committee. But there's, you know, there's a lot of other committees as well. And so anyways, just thinking about what that really means, and maybe we can ask Joy to give us some additional commentary on that. I don't know. Sounds like
Yeah,
Ben is
figure it out.
suggesting that we reach out to Joy. So anyway, I just had a question about that. And then for the post-adoption pieces, you know, obviously the vision is still pretty high level. And I don't know what all of the mandate was from the governor as far as the, you know, what needed to be included in the strategic plans within each agency. So, you know, I think this includes development of process measures and action plan development and things like that. Are those things that the subcommittee is going to continue to work on, or will those be developed outside of that committee? Like, what does the future of the subcommittee look like?
I'm not exactly sure. I think the subcommittee is going to continue after June to help drive the performance measures and targets work, which is really the whole second half of this document and this project, is to, yeah, we've created a draft now of a really high level vision, but figuring out how to put this vision into practice and creating targets and metrics for that is the next half of the work. And I think staff is really going to be taking the lead on that more than the board, but I think, and I hope the subcommittee continues to help drive that.
It would make sense for the subcommittee to be doing something like, since this vision is very high level and covers, as I understand it, all forests in Oregon, there would be naturally, in the operational sense, there'll be need to broken into like the state forests, private forests, forests that are federally owned. So there's, you know, some direction at a board level on, you know, the implementation in those categories would seem to me should come from a pretty high place.
Yeah. And there's already, those strategies have already been mapped out to a fairly great extent in the documents, but the tactics and the metrics, I think, are still to come. But yeah, there's a lot of work to do still.
I'm looking out into the virtual participants to see, give you a chance to contribute, add thoughts.
Well, that was, sorry, did anybody, I didn't want to interrupt anybody. Okay.
No, go ahead.
That was most of it. I wasn't sure how long this was going to take. As this winds down / moves to the next phase, I'm starting to take a little bit of a breath with my role on the board and think about what's next. And so in the 1 minute we have, or we can save this for next time, was just my other question was sort of any feedback on big picture topics that the board should be focusing on next. But I'll defer to you whether we have time for any more conversation, or if there is any.
We have a couple minutes. If someone had something major on that, but we do already have Don here to speak to us. We could think about that for our next meeting.
We have round table too later.
Oh, we have round table too, so we could talk about it then. Yeah.
So, but yeah, as always, please feel free to reach out directly with thoughts or ideas or comments or questions. And thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thanks for dropping by.
Absolutely.
See you next time.
Take care.
Don, you're up for presentation on forest genetics and climate change. Thank you for being
You're already on, so let me give you.
It is funny.
Well, it's
Okay,
interesting.
so the sensors are under the
Yeah.
lights. Oh.
It's right over in the corner. So you have to have somebody walk around the room every 10 minutes. That's fun during interviews.
I can be a little technical break, everyone, just to get the presentation up. Should be that one, yeah. And then share.
When Amanda mentioned.
While they're working on that, a quick question. Ben mentioned opportunity for the committee to submit formal comment on the vision. Does our meeting schedule align with the board's schedule with regard to how timing for all this will work out?
Oh, yeah, I have it up. They're gonna, okay, let me see. So they are collecting input right now. April 2024, the plan, it says final draft and all inputs to ODF and Board of Forestry. May, it says finalize content and ET vote plus public comment, I guess general public comment in May, like to the general public, right? And then June is when the board is gonna vote on it. So yeah, I don't know when our next meeting is, or again, it seems like we probably need to get together with Joy to get that determination. It seems like we'd have another meeting, but I don't know when that will fall in alignment with when Joy's gonna be trying to get it more into like a graphical design side.
When is our next meeting? I can't remember.
It's June. Oh,
I think it's maybe the 20th.
so we don't have this,
Uh-huh.
yeah, which I think is after the board meeting.
It is.
It's definitely after the board.
Early June is.
Early June, yeah, so we would probably need to work offline via email to get comments pulled together if we wanted to put formal comments together, it sounds like. Or do an ad hoc meeting, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a really great question, Eric. It strikes me as a good idea that Mike and Heather and Miriam maybe helping us come up with a time where we can in some way look at the document and share thoughts and see if we want to have some comment. Some,
It's up to you.
committee comment.
Yeah, I mean, if we need another meeting, we'll have to. I think we can schedule another one, but. See.
In order to avoid logistics, we could perhaps do something like have the document come out, just be sent to us, and we could just send comments in, and maybe if you had the staff capability to sort of consolidate some of the thoughts that came in. And then if at that point we decide we want to try and put together some sort of ad hoc meeting, do that. Amanda and I
Would we need to vote? Would we need to vote if we wanted to have it come from the CFF to the
I'm pretty
board?
sure we do under our charter, and because I remember the thing on like making formal recommendations.
Yeah.
I think as I recall, there's a vote and then you have a majority, and then minority positions can be also put in the minutes of the vote or something and presented to the Board of Forestry. Let's see, let's talk about this at the roundtable, okay? Just that way we can jump over to Don, looks like you've got your presentation up and ready to go.
Thank you. Well, I really appreciate the opportunity to come in and talk today. What I thought I would do is talk a little bit about some basic concepts of tree physiology, tree growth, some issues with climate change, what we know, what we don't know, what projections are, and then potentially some mitigation strategies we can have to overcome potentially some of the limitations we're going to be facing. So appreciate the opportunity. So for tree growth and survival, it can be a really complex factors. So when you look at a tree, individual genetic characteristics of a tree will partially determine tree growth. The environmental conditions under which the tree is grown, in fact, affect growth. You have a range of biotic factors which interact with the above two areas that interact to affect growth. So effectively what you end up with is potentially either large trees, highly stocked stands, high survival, or you may end up with stress trees that are really struggling to survive. So it can be a complex range of factors that interact to affect this growth. So for each of the genotypes that we have out in the forest, you have different combinations of physiological and morphological traits that affect growth and survival potential of that genotype. When we look at what some of those factors are, you have process-related factors that really affect tree growth and survival. You may have differences in tree physiology, phenology, leaf growth and morphology. You can have differences in whole tree and individual tree leaf in photosynthetic capacity. You can have differences in respiration rates, key differences in specific biochemical pathways within a tree. And then you can have changes in stomatal morphology and behavior, which will affect the physiology of the tree. When we look at some of the structural factors that affect growth, you can have total leaf area of individual trees or stands, leaf area duration, and even leaf area display patterns that affect how much light is intercepted. You can certainly have differences in allocation patterns. Root morphology and root allocation may affect how susceptible or resistant trees are to drought. And then you have total tree leaf area, branch and stem, and how the interaction between those factors affect the allocation of fixed carbon to a tree. So all these things can come into play and affect growth and survival. When we look at environmental factors affecting growth, you have a range of climatic variables, you have soil environmental variables, and then you have biotic factors, which can be things like heating vegetation, insects, disease, and animal browse. When you look at climatic variables specifically, you have macroclimate factors that could be temperature, rainfall, incident radiation, and CO2 concentrations. Those are the big climate factors which really are difficult to manipulate. You generally don't manipulate the overall climate in a given area. You can't really influence rainfall to any specific effect. But certainly when you start looking at some of the microclimate variations, there you have more individual control over it. So that could be the amount of solar radiation individual crop trees are getting. And we can affect that by varying how dense we plant our stands, when we thin our stands. So microclimate variables are a little bit easier to manipulate, certainly than macroclimate variables. When we look at some of the macroclimate variables, you have annual and seasonal precipitation patterns, how well precipitation is distributed out throughout the growing season. Length of the growing season certainly can affect productivity and what species will grow in an area. You have growing season light availability will affect productivity. When we don't have much of it here, unless you get to higher elevations, but certainly on a global scale, absolute minimum and maximum temperatures will affect species distributions. And as that changes, you can fluctuate where species will do best. And then you have seasonal temperature fluctuations. Most species like a fairly gradual shift, real abrupt climate shifts within a growing season are not generally favorable for a lot of species. One of the ways that the growing season really affects productivity can really affect the respiration rates or the amount of fixed carbon that the tree essentially loses over time to maintain itself. One of the things we talk a lot about moisture availability, but one of the components of that is actual vapor pressure deficits. So that's when we think about humidity, wind speed, temperature, all those things come into play, and they can affect vapor pressure deficits. So you can have differences in soil moisture availability, and depending what the vapor pressure deficit will be, that can affect how trees respond differently. When we had
what is a vapor pressure deficit again?
Well, it takes into account humidity, wind speed, temperature. It's the rate of loss potential for moisture from a forest or individual tree. So when we had the heat dome several years ago, the heat dome was severe stress on the trees at that point, but it could have been a lot worse because it happened fairly early in the growing season. Soil moisture was fairly high at that point. It wasn't severely limited. So the stress we saw on the trees was primarily effect of not necessarily there wasn't enough moisture in the soil, but it was just the loss of moisture was more rapid than the tree could replenish it from the soil moisture. So it wasn't necessarily overall that there wasn't enough soil moisture there. It was just the tree at those temperatures with those low humidities and the wind was losing moisture so fast it couldn't replenish it fast enough. So rate pressure deficit is a little more complex way than just saying, do we have enough moisture in the soil?
And is like evapotranspiration is a big part of that, right?
Yeah, definitely. Vapor pressure deficits affect the evapotranspiration rates. And then obviously one of the big macroclimate variables that affect growth is atmospheric CO2 concentrations. So when we look at some of the biotic factors, as I mentioned, you have insects, disease, animal browsing, feeding vegetation. So factors affecting growth and survival of a forest stand can be really complex. You can see a lot of these interactions between factors. So I want to talk a little bit about climate change now and where we are, what we know. For climate change assessments, there's a few caveats I think are important to remember. Really, the climate change where we look to the future, those projected changes really depend on what model we're going to use. Different models can give you fairly small differences or fairly large differences, depending on what the model is and what data points are entered into the model. And a lot of those models can vary widely, and sometimes you have consistency that lacks between the models. So we can track pretty well what changes have occurred up to this point, but knowing what that's going to mean for the future is a little more complex. So on a global scale, global carbon models are not really particularly tight. So in some cases, the input pools and sizes do not balance really well. So there's still a lot of unknowns there. And also when we talk about average climate, that may be less important than when we look at extreme events over time. The heat dome, I think, is a great example of that. And then you can also have differences certainly from the other areas of the growing season. If you have a cold snap in the middle of winter, even though the overall climate may be going warmer over time, those cold snaps may really be something you have to account for. And then finally, one of the things that you do have to look at is there is a lot of natural variation in climate. And from the period about 1300 to about 1850 was what they called the Little Ice Age. So that was a period that was a distinctly colder period than the predecessor periods or the subsequent periods. So it was really had some huge impacts. When we look at like the think about George Washington and Valley Forge, the winter of Valley Forge, the Army trying to, that was a particularly cold winter in the Little Ice Age. The French Revolution occurred after a series of crop failures that were associated with extremely cold, very unproductive years of crops harvest in the area. You also have other areas where really things occurred. There was a period in the early 1800s where they had what they called the summer or the year without a summer. And in the Northeast, all the states had snow at 12 months out of the year. And so the temperatures were like 5 to 10 degrees below average, and they even had snow in July. And that was one of the impotence for the essentially westward movement into the Ohio's, Pennsylvania, Indiana. Really, some of those areas tended to promote that. So history has really been impacted by a lot of the factors that occur. And we have to remember that those variation does happen over time. And this was just a picture from actually the Netherlands. And it was much colder. This was in 1608. It was common for the canals in these areas to freeze solid. And you can see everybody in the middle of winter is skating on these areas. So, you know, this climate change does occur on a natural basis. And certainly we have to understand, you know, what are we doing, what we may be doing in the future. So I thought it was good to talk about how much climate change has actually occurred here. And I really focused on the Pacific Northwest. But globally, CO2 concentrations have increased from about 280 parts per million to 420 parts per million from 1850 to the present time. When we look at the Pacific Northwest, from 1895 to currently, temperatures have increased about 1.3 degrees. You've had slight increases in precipitation, about 10% overall in the Pacific Northwest. But in eastern Washington and northern Idaho, you've actually increased your precipitation 30 to 40% over the earlier period. So that's a major impact that you have there. When we look at sea level changes, sea level hasn't increased, but those changes so far have been very small. They're about 1.5 to 2 millimeters per year, or about less than an inch per decade. We've definitely had a decreased winter snowpack. And this is really surprising. When you look across the region, your growing seasons have actually increased by about 35 days. So from the standpoint of crop productivity, agricultural crops, that really can be a big increase in productivity. Now, what do we think may happen or could happen in the next 50 to 100 years? So when we look at the projections for 2070, temperatures are projected to increase from about 3.1 to 8.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Relatively small differences in precipitation, with a decrease of 4% to an increase of 14%. And those projections tend to widely vary depending which model you use. But generally, most models suggest you have a decrease in summer precipitation, and winter snowpack will probably decrease too. You would have continued increases in sea levels and CO2 concentrations over time. And this just illustrates the CO2 data from 1960. From 1960 to 2000, that's actual measurements from Mauna Loa in Hawaii. And it went from about 305 parts per million in 1960 to about 420 parts in current date. And then you look at the previous from 1850 to 1960, that's ice core data. So in that period, you went from about 280 to 305 parts per million. So you see overall, since 1850, you've essentially increased your CO2 concentrations by about 50%.
I have a question.
Yes.
It's probably, I'm gonna forget it if we keep.
No,
probably.
please.
So for that, for the 1300 to 1850, that was a little ice age.
Yeah.
Do we have any indication of what the CO2, ppm were before 1300? Or can our ice cores not go that far? Plus, do we have any knowledge of what caused a shift to the little ice age and what caused a shift following the little ice age?
The CO2 was probably fairly constant in that 250 to 280 parts per million range. Now, when you look back historically, say 5, 10, 50,000 long, CO2 concentrations were higher. So, that CO2 was probably not the driver to the little ice age. It's not like we drove the CO2 concentration down, it got colder. Probably it was more global circulation patterns changed over that time period in the 1300, because it was definitely warmer between 1300, significantly warmer. So some of the Viking colonizations of Iceland and Greenland occurred during these milder periods. And then when it got colder in the 1300s, some of their more remote settlements essentially died out because they just couldn't produce crops. England before 1300, kind of in the Roman times, was a wine producing region. And when it got colder, it wouldn't support grapes. So that's kind of the history of why it went to more of a beer culture, if you will. So it was definitely warmer before 1300. And then parts of the worst period of the Little Ice Age was related to several really significant volcanic eruptions. So they put more particulate matter in the atmosphere and they exacerbated the cooling trend. So that's really like 2 years after you had one of the major volcanic eruptions, you had this year without a summer where they had snow 12 months out of the year. So, within these broader climatic changes, you can really get individual blips, if you will, more short-term things. But yeah, it's definitely complicated.
Yeah. Sorry for a
Oh, no.
hard question to answer.
No, I mean,
Interesting.
yeah, there are definitely good questions to talk about. So just talking about CO2, you know, we said we went from 280 to 420 parts per million. What just that CO2 will mean? Well, increased CO2 will increase plant growth rates by increasing photosynthetic rates. A lot of studies will indicate plants become more efficient at using water because they can alter their stomatal behavior, and still fix carbon. They can be more efficient at using CO2 in the atmosphere. And then some of the large scale studies that have been placed suggest that with increased carbon, trees will preferentially allocate some of that fixed carbon below ground, so you can partially offset some drought stress in those type of systems. But that's assuming just CO2 increases. That doesn't assume that anything else increases. So really with rising CO2, while it won't directly impact growth, you still can impact growth by changing rainfall patterns, altered temperature regimes, and then altered vapor pressure deficits. So all those things, if CO2 alters those factors, you definitely can affect growth and survival of our systems. So determining exact responses to rising CO2 and concentrations, increasing temperatures, altered precipitation is really more complex. It can vary by species and by age of individual species. Young forests may be more responsive to increasing CO2 when their trees are in the rapid growth phase. They may be more responsive to that than an older growth stand. And then we also get into the situation is, even if you get an increased growth of CO2, you could get to the point where other resources are limited. So that may be growing space, nutrient availability, water availability, other factors may come into play. This is two curves here. We have in the red is a graph of potential photosynthetic rates related to temperature. And then in the blue, you have respiration rates. And these are generalized from across species. But generally, you hit a temperature where you peak your photosynthetic rates. In this case, you're peaking at about 25 to 30 degrees Celsius. So you're looking at about 70 to 80 degrees would be peak photosynthetic rates in this general case. When you get higher temperatures, you do start getting decrease in photosynthetic rates, but more importantly, you can see respiration continues to increase. So as you get warmer and warmer, the relative amount of fixed carbon that stays in the system that isn't lost becomes decreasing. And when blue becomes greater than red, essentially that tree is deficit spending its carbon. And you know, doing that for a day or a week won't kill a tree, but if you do it for an extended period of time, that's essentially a losing strategy for the individual trees or stands of trees. And then you get to a point where essentially, in this case, 55 degrees Celsius, everything, you're denaturing your proteins in the trees, you're killing the trees outright. So everything goes back to zero.
Don, what forest in particular, like is this like an typical Oregon forest or what?
This was actually used, when I generated this was actually a southeastern United States. So if we were looking like a Doug fir, it would be a little bit lower. We see this peaks at around 25 or 30. For Doug fir, it would peak about 20 to about 28 degrees. Mm-hmm. So it'll shift depending what species. If you were looking at a cactus, it would probably be 35 to 40 degrees, somewhere around there. So if you were looking at alpine system, it may be at 15 or 20 degrees. So, but concept wise, you really are looking at photosynthetic rates versus respiration. And you can see respiration is kind of what hurts you more and more as you increase temperatures.
And that's because of, that would affect your vapor pressure?
Well, that
somewhat
that could vapor pressure deficit. The problem with vapor pressure deficit, when they get too high, the tree tries to conserve moisture by closing its stomates. Mm-hmm. So if it doesn't close when it closes its stomates, it drops your photosynthetic rates. So that's kind of why you see as you go higher and higher, it drops down. Respiration, the tree has to still use its resources to maintain itself. So that's why it continually increases over time. Want to talk a little bit about tree improvement in Oregon, and then how we can use tree improvement to mitigate some of these factors. So essentially, tree improvement, most people will say it was initiated in the late 1950s. Most of the work that's been done, or the most advanced work, was with Douglas fir. We've also gotten more advanced work with Western hemlock over time. There's other species. We have a little bit of work with ponderosa pine and Western red cedar. But there are species where essentially there's been no tree improvement, but there are some that we've got pretty good advances on. This is an example of a Douglas fir orchard that we have out at Schroeder. Mature Western hemlock orchard. A young Western red cedar orchard. And then a valley pine orchard. This is essentially a subspecies or an ecotype of ponderosa pine native to the Willamette Valley. When we look at tree improvement, we always want to know what are we getting from those tree improvement programs and how much do they influence growth and survival and adaptability. When we look at a first generation seed orchard, in this case for Douglas fir, we can get about 50% greater growth at age 15 compared to woods run seed or just natural collections. When we look at second generation seed orchard, we should get about another 25% gain compared to the first gen orchard. And most of our programs we're either in or just finishing up our third generation of breeding. And the third gen, this is some projection modeling work, projects that we should get about 22% greater than second gen seed orchards. So from the standpoint of adaptability or growth, we've made great gains. Also, there's a lot of adaptability questions that we've tried to address in this breeding program. For instance, with Douglas fir, we have specific seed orchards that have families that are tolerant to Swiss needlecats. So under disease pressure, we have material that will do much better than a natural collection seed. We have red cedar that tends to be more resistant to browse. So you can advance multiple fronts beyond strictly just growth. And this really kind of illustrates a concept of what tree improvement does. And each one of these blocks of trees are 100 trees in an area. And on the far left, that would be a woods run collection. The middle would be a first generation seed orchard. And right would be a second generation seed orchard. And the relative size of each of those circles would represent advancement. In this case, growth. So even in the woods run collection, you'll have a few really big green circles, really exceptional growth, and you'll have a lot of medium to medium poor trees. When you go to a first generation seed orchard, we've essentially shifted the whole curve to the right. So now you have more good trees and a relatively smaller proportion of poor quality trees. Second generation, you get further increases. So you're just shifting your entire population to the right. And this is for growth, but you could think of this if we put pressure on selection for disease tolerance or drought resistant, whatever characteristics over time and breeding efforts and testing, you can shift that population to a new direction. And this really illustrates kind of where we are with our tree improvement program. On the left-hand side, you see wood run trees. On the right-hand side, growing side by side, you see elite trees that have gone through the tree improvement program. And those trees are the same age. You can just see how quickly trees really differentiate themselves based on their genetic characteristics. When we started with our breeding work with Douglas fir, we had a lot of very small seed zones. And you can see some of those seed zones are about at the county level. This is, when you look at this individually, it's really hard to do a breeding program based on these little seed zones. And what we did is we found that over time, we essentially could consolidate that. So we went from 37 seed zones early on in the programs to 16 seed zones. And what we found over time is those 16 zones could actually be more and more compressed. This exhibits our first generation seed orchards that we had at Schroeder. And you can see to cover most of Western Oregon, you had a lot of different seed orchards. Well, when we went to the second generation of seed orchards, you could see those seed orchards became larger and they were producing seed for a larger deployment area. In this case, Trask Coast now produces seed for basically about Newport to Astoria in Oregon and into Southwest Washington. So you can see over time, we've combined seed deployment areas and we've gotten more efficient on our breeding efforts. When we look at potential ways that we could mitigate climate change, what are some of the things we can do? Well, we have a range of silvicultural tools that will certainly help. We can manipulate our stocking levels, whether that's planting less trees per acre in the beginning or thinning stands more rapidly. If we're having problems with initial establishment of trees because of more stressful conditions, competition control would be one way we can mitigate that. So there's a lot of different tools we have in our toolbox to manage for climate change. One of the other ways we can do that is we can if we need to, we can essentially switch species. So if we get to a climate that's projected to be too severe for a given species, we might consider to do another species. And so there's a lot of potential there. One other way that we can potentially work with that within a species would be through assisted migration. So if we really understand where the seed is coming from, potentially there's ability to move seed from one stand or breeding zone to new areas based on what our climate models project will happen in the future. What I've been talking about here is traditional tree improvement. So with the work, you can incorporate new genetic components into our breeding programs and then test that material, and that material will be more adaptable to the current conditions. And then there's certainly hybrid design where you can include all of the above or various combinations of the above. As far as our current tree improvement programs, how do they help mitigate climate change? Well, there's a huge testing effort through all our tree improvement programs. And that testing can really understand what genotypes are adapted to what climates and what conditions, what sites, if you will. Some of the breeding programs now have incorporated specifically designed study to impose stress conditions to see which families or which individuals are most resistant to things. So some of the programs up in Washington this past year imposed drought treatments on young seedlings to figure out which families produce trees that are more resistant to drought. And one of the other things that really is a strong tool is as I mentioned, we can expand our seed or breeding zones to bring in new genotypes, which may have more unique combinations. So if our current material is more susceptible to stress, if we bring in other material and then really thoroughly test that, we may locate material that's more resistant to those stress. Essentially, we're now breeding and deployment across larger breeding areas or more diverse ecotones, if you will. More of those genotypes are being brought together, which maybe generates offspring which are more adaptive to those new conditions. And we're really doing broad-based recurrent testing that identifies which of those trees are best adapted. One of the things that the Forest Service and OSU and the Conservation Biology Institute developed was a seed lot selection tool. So that takes into account the climate across the Pacific Northwest under current conditions, and you could project it 20 years or 50 years into the future. And then essentially what it does is says, for instance, the climate in Corvallis, Oregon, 50 years from now may be more similar to Bedford, Oregon is now. So it tries to match species where you can move species, if you will. And some of them, if you play with this, some of the movements are fairly large. So it's a potential tool. We have to see how well it gets backed up over time. Assisted migration, if you're using wild seed lots, wild seed lot collections tend to have very low growth potential. So in our testing programs for our tree improvement, we always include wild seed lots to understand how much gain we're getting. And in general, like always, the wild collections are much lower growth potential than our tree improvement. So the range of like a 5% reduction to a 25% reduction in growth compared to the overall population in a given generation. So if you compare first generation to a wild collection, you may have a 5 or 10%, second generation 15 or 20. I just worked on some data sets now that have like the wild collection are growing like 25% slower than the population for the third gen orchards that we're looking at. And then our selections for those third gen orchards are growing somewhere 50 to 75% or a little bit higher than a wood run collection. So if assisted migration, if you're using wild seed, you have to understand that you may be getting undesirable impacts on productivity. And there's other things you may have that are not fully understood. You may be giving up potential for disease resistance, other things that are there. So you have to be careful when you bring in wild collections. They're really an unknown. To give you an example of how intensive our tree improvement methods have been, for our second gen North Coast, again, that's that area from about Newport up to Astoria and Southwest Washington, we tested over 112,000 individual trees. That's a huge amount of material. And then for our orchards that we put in for the second generation, we identified approximately 200 of those that were the best. And then people decided how to deploy those. But you're looking at most like a 0.2% selection rate. So it's a very intensive, very long-term, very expensive process to identify material that's better. And like I say, we're in our third gen or finishing our third gen now for most of these. And the amount of work we put in, the amount of testing we put in for the third generation tree improvement co-ops is substantially more than we put in the second gen. So essentially it's a major effort to undertake, and it's generated huge returns over time. And as I said, each of these programs are literally $1 million programs to generate this material. And we've really made some advancements. So our first third gen orchard, we just grafted about a month ago. We'll put that in this fall, and then we can expect seed from that orchard in about 2030. So we're looking at less than 10 years from now, we'll have third generation material coming online for South Central Coast. When we look at a lot of those other breeding zones, that material is a little bit behind, but we'll still have new orchards going in place in the next 5 to 12 years. And so essentially we're doing these programs very aggressively, trying to do them in as short a time period as we can to continue to make advancements. We have a lot of additional information about some of the work we're doing and where we can do it. Every year we publish a forest seedling catalog, talks about some of the issues facing landowners for reforestation. We also have brochures both for the Oregon Seed Bank and the Schroeder Seed Orchard. And then we sell seed from the orchard, both from the Oregon Seed Bank and from the ODF State Forest Surplus Seed List. And over the last 20 years, we've produced about 22,000 pounds of Douglas fir seed. When you take our Douglas fir and our hemlock together, we produced enough seed to reforest about 1.8 million acres just from Schroeder. So it's really a huge impact over time. And if anybody has any other questions, I put my both email address and my telephone number there. So that should be 503, not 505. error there. But please feel free to contact me if you have other questions or comments, and glad to try to answer anything. Did anybody have any other questions that'd like to?
I have a question while we're waiting for the screen to pop up with everyone else. Like, what percentage of trees planted each year are from your seed bank?
That's really tough because private orchards don't produce, don't share their production rates on us. Our material, I would guess it's probably 25 to 30% of the total amount of seed produced in Oregon on a yearly basis. BLM has seed orchards. They do share their information. We typically produce 5 to 8 times more seed in a given year than the BLM does. The private orchards, Roseburg Forest Products has orchards. The geneticists there shared some information. I would say we probably produce 2 or 3 times the amount they do. Weyerhaeuser has a lot of orchards. They don't share any information. But I think using some of those numbers, my guess is probably 25 to a third of the seed used in a given year. We're essentially producing 95 to 98% of the seed used by Oregon State Forest to reforest things. And we really increased the amount of seed we produce for our cooperators. We have at Schroeder 37 different seed orchards, and we have 28 or 29 different cooperators. So they get a share of seed from the orchards in proportion to their land base that they need. So it's a really good way for them to get the seed they need. And we kind of have everything consolidated in one area. There's just efficiencies of having a large seed orchard, because if you need tractors of that, it's much easier to have the tractor located in one area and go, a quarter mile up the road and have one seed orchard, rather than try to haul tractors all throughout the Western Oregon. That gets really tough. So there's a lot of advantage of having consolidated seed orchards. And right now, from the standpoint of seed sales, over the last 9 years, we've increased our seed sales like 14 times more seed is sold last year than we sold in 2014. So there's been a really good demand for seed. Some of that's fire related, but also I think people are also seeing the advantages of using improved seed. And for our Douglas fir and our hemlock, our orchards will produce a crop every 2 years because we artificially stimulate them, partially girdling the trees, and then we inject Procone, which is a synthetic gibberellic acid that essentially the combination of girdling changes the carbon metabolism of the tree, and then the Procone shifts the tree from a vegetative growth phase to a reproductive phase. So if we stimulate trees last year, this year they'll produce a seed crop. So it's really an advantage, because if you rely on natural collections, trees may produce a significant crop every 5 to 10 years. I was on a conference call with the Forest Service about 5 or 6 months ago, and they were talking about strategies to reforest after some of the big wildfires in Southern Oregon over the last few years. And they were talking about doing seed collections. And while we were on the conference call, one of the silviculturalists from the Forest Service came on board and said, good luck with the seed collections. He said, I've been working down here for 30 years. And in that 30-year period, we've only had one good seed crop on our ponderosa pine. He said, it's just, a shot in the dark whether or not we'll get a crop. So by managing these more effectively, you can really concentrate your resources to produce the seed crop you need. And as I said, we're working primarily with Douglas fir, hemlock, western red cedar, and valley pine. But the last few years, we really expanded what we've done. We put in orchards with western larch, Eastern Oregon ponderosa pine, Eastern Oregon Douglas fir, red alder. So we've really taken some of those management techniques, adapted it for different species, and now we'll be able to get much more seed from some of these areas that were problematic. In Eastern Oregon, there's a lot of demand for Western larch seed. I bought seed on the open market from Wild Collections. I think it was in 2016. We sold the seed in a couple of years. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to get replenished seed since 2016. So, you know, people just haven't been collecting it, or they haven't been crops, kind of a combination of both. So that can get frustrating if you're trying to build a program that's responsive to either, you know, natural timber harvest or, you know, catastrophic events like the wildfires. It's always tough to get seed after a catastrophic event rather than having a stock in hand that's before the event. So we try to be a little proactive in increasing the seed supply.
Questions of Dave?
Excellent presentation, by the way, so thank you very much. I just have two questions. The first one, you know, we encounter as you know, SFOs that are disseminating information to others. This is a big question as for SFOs that are trying to plan 30, 50, 80 years down the road, what to plant. And so the first question is, if you have an area like where we live, historically is the Western Hemlock zone. So it's, you know, Douglas fir, Western Hemlock, Western red cedar, higher mid elevation. You know, some folks have wanted to do whole stand species replacement. So for example, look at planting redwood or whatever that may not have historically been here, but instead of that, planting a more future climate able or capable variety of Douglas fir, Western red cedar, Western hemlock. So, you know, that come from your seed collections, not a wild collection. So that's my first question. What's your thoughts on that?
I think there's a lot there. There's a couple issues that come into that zone. You have certainly current climate and future climate, but you also have Swiss needlecast, which is a big wild card there. So state forests are typically in the heart of the Swiss needlecast blast zone, if you will, planting a mix of Western hemlock and SNC, Swiss needlecast tolerant Douglas fir. So that's one way to handle it. But in our breeding programs, we're also bringing in new genetic sources. So in the second gen breeding, we brought in material from Southern Oregon, from Reedsport, Coos Bay, all the way south to Brookings. That material was incorporated in some of the testing that we did, the progeny testing. And generally that ecotype, if you will, that breeding zone grows really fast. So you can take that material, say from Coos Bay, move it up to Tillamook or Astoria, and it tends to grow faster than native material. The one caveat you have with it, it also tends to grow later into the fall. So that late fall growth can create a propensity to have forking and ramicorns in your trees. So you have to test it really well and identify what still can grow fast, but has reasonably good form. So if you just take it as wholesale, you potentially run the risk of bringing in a lot of undesirable growth traits with that material. So you do have to test it pretty thoroughly. And we've tested it. And now in our second gen orchards, we have some of the best material that's producing some of the seed from that orchard. And then in our third gen breeding program, we've crossed that material with its own material, but we've also crossed it with more northern material. So we've crossed, say, material from Coos Bay with material from Tillamook, or the best material from the Astoria area. That material might grow a little bit slower, but it tends to have a lot better form and other desirable traits. So we're trying to essentially breed out some of the undesirable from the really rapid growing material. So yeah, that by those various combinations, you could bring in more material and have traits that the initial population may not have at the level you want. We're also bringing in some cascade material. Higher elevation material tends to, beyond being just more cold hardy, more adaptable to snow loads, things like that, higher elevation material tends to bring in additional drought tolerance. So we've brought some of those crosses in. And when they test out, now in our second and then our third generation orchards, we include those. So we always like to, it's good to say just bring in more southern material, but you may bring in undesirable unless you really have strong testing to weed out some of the undesirable traits in that material.
Okay, much simpler question. In order to convey this information to the common landowner, can you send us or provide a link for just a simple pamphlet that outlines this sort of information? Because we'd like to put this in our newsletters, so that people, when this question comes up, or a tree school, that we've got a more not nuanced, but comprehensive recommendation, so that people just don't think they got to plant something that probably hasn't been here for 5 million years or whatever. There's maybe other options to consider. So thank you.
Yeah, probably a good place to start with that would be the Forest Seedling Catalog. It has a lot of, it talks about a lot of these things. And then you could also look at the brochure for the Shorter Seed Bank and the Oregon Seed Bank. Those would be good starting locations. When I give talks to the Oswald groups or other small woodland owners, I generally bring those handouts, and they seem to go pretty well.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see, Dave, if anybody's bringing the copy of that seed catalog. I don't know if they are or not. So to next week to the tree school.
Thanks.
Thank you. I see Mauricio has a question too.
Yes, thank you. Don, fantastic presentation. Thank you. It'll be great if you could share that so we can actually I'll continue to learn. Second question, quickly, you mentioned G3 being available in 2030. Yeah. So if you need a testing plot on the eastern side of the state, if I'm still alive, send as many trees as you like, because I've been planting trees for 30 years. And if they say you learn mostly from your failures, I have learned a lot.
Okay. Well, for your area, we just this year or 2 years ago put in orchards for East Side Doug Fir, East Side Ponderosa, and East Side Western Larch.
Fantastic.
So that material probably in 6 to 8 years should be available.
Fantastic. So, and the other thing I was going to say is, in general, a general comment. The western side of the state does not need a lot of research. On the eastern side, we really do. Our trees do not grow. We need to make them grow faster. The meals are not there. So anyway, thank you. This is a, how do you say, a little bit of hope. And especially when you mention good crops, sometimes every 30 years. This is a very more than a generation, that to wait for something excellent to happen. It's a lot to ask to small landowners that really are playing with this micro realities there.
It is. I don't know if you heard, I was telling the group that I had bought seed from Western Larch from the Blue Mountains area of Oregon back in 2016. We sold all that seed in a year or two, and I just have not been able to get a natural crop again from that material.
I've been one of those landowners that requested Western Larches here, zone 863 for many years, and we went a decade without being able to get them. So I'm familiar with that. But there is hope. We're working on it. That is super cool. Thank you. That is great news.
Good. And can we make the presentation available to the group?
Yeah, if you want to, I was going to say, if you want to send me your updated version via email.
I'll do that. Yep.
Glenn.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Don. Hello there. Great presentation. A lot of the small woodland associations do their own seedling programs. And I was kind of wondering, seems like they should be working with seed that you have. And I understand Schroeder actually keeps a supply of seed for small landowners. So that would be available. In fact, do you know if any of the different seedling sales that the small woodland associations do, are they contacting you and getting seed?
Some of them. I've presented up at Platskanai before, and the group up there always buys seed from us, kind of from our Vernonia orchards and that. So they do. Some of the other woodland owners, I think, are also getting seed from us. But the group up out of Vernonia, they will buy 10 or 15 pounds a year, grow a bulk collection and then sell the seedlings from that material. So it's really a good way to get the most advanced genetic material that you want to employ.
Yeah, and then related to the kind of assisted migration or climate change, you talk about the the broader seed zone basically that the improved seed has, and you talked about potential for testing more for adaptation to different climate traits. I mean, what is your current recommendation if somebody calls, and says we want seed and we were trying to anticipate, having better adaptation? Would you just still be using the same kind of seed zone now because of the broader range of adaptability, or would you actually be looking at moving to one further south?
Well, it depends on what level of improvement you're in. If you're using our second gen seed, there's some of the incorporation in those orchards of a wider genetic base, some more southern material in some of those orchards. So if you're using the most advanced material, right now that would be second gen seed. In 5 to 10 years, it'll be third gen seed. Essentially, our orchards are kind of adapting over time. So if you use the orchard seed, advanced orchard seed from your area, you'll incorporate some of the climate change we get in that material. Now, if you want to go more aggressively, you could take, if you were up in the Astoria area, you could take materials, say, from burnt woods, or you could take it even from, say, the Coos Bay area, if you want to make that move. That's kind of an individual risk assessment of how you feel comfortable of the advantages of more southern material versus the potential disadvantages. The South Central Coast material, kind of the Coos Bay, Reedsport material, it generally grows fast when you move it north. But you have to be careful because form can come into play with that. We've had landowners who, say that stuff goes really fast, but it doesn't produce a quality saw log. So you have to be a little careful there. So I would say if you continue with your breeding efforts, we have a lot of these questions and characteristics are incorporated into the breeding that we're doing now. So, for instance, we have more northern material, say from the Astoria area, crossed with material from Reedsport, hopefully with the idea being you'll get some of the growth and adaptability of the southern material while toning down some of the undesirable traits with incorporating some of that northern material into it. So, that'll play out over the next 5 to 10 years as some of these early progeny tests start yielding data. So we don't really have all the information yet, but certainly we know a lot more now than we did 20 or 30 years ago.
Yeah. Well, I have more questions, but I'll have to interview you another time. So
sure.
We're out of time. So thank you, Don.
Yes. So one thing I wanted to point out, I don't know if Don talked about it when I walked out of the room. So the Oregon Seed Bank is the avenue for one of the avenues for small woodland owners to access this improved tree seed. The other one that Don mentioned was the surplus seed from State Forest, which both large landowners and small landowners can access. So I don't know if you guys caught that on the presentation or not. So,
and we had a question about CO2 saturation points. So generally within the range we're talking now, 1850, the range was about 280 parts per million. Currently, it's about 420. Most of the work that's done, both on individual tree level and growth chambers and like whole stand CO2 fertilization studies, have looked at usually 1.5 to 2 times the amount of CO2 at the current rates. So in that range of say 600 to 800 parts per million, generally you won't CO2 saturate. If you start going higher levels, you certainly can get CO2 saturation. But say in that range of 1.5 to maybe 2 times, trees will still respond. But there is a point where you really won't get a response beyond increasing that further.
I have just 2 quick non-technical questions.
Yep.
Just because I don't really know how seed orchards work. So Don or Mike, whoever is the correct person. So first, you know, obviously, like you're talking about, there's different generations and plots that have these. At what point do you like do a clear cut and remove all those trees and no longer need those because you've moved on to next generations? Like, kind of, what is the management?
It depends on the owners of the orchard, who's in the orchard. I mean, generally, you know, we still have some older first generation orchards. They're now have second generation orchards that have been starting to produce about 4 or 5 years ago. So they're starting to ramp up. The first gen orchards are still producing a lot of seed at a very low cost. The second gen orchards are starting to ramp up. So at some point you'll get all the seed you need from second gen, so you can make the decision to remove the first gen orchards. And then likewise, as I said, we'll put in our first third gen orchard this year. So, you know, at some point you'll take out the second gen, but you generally want to make sure your new orchard's well established and productive before you pull out the old ones, so you don't end up with a seed gap there.
Yeah, and just thinking about like that process of, do you have to like pop stumps and do all that to try to make sure that you have enough?
We gotten good at it.
Rooting, yeah.
Because it's a little more complex than just doing a clear cut. Like before,
exactly.
You'd like to turn the land over into productive use. So, you know, we can clear an orchard out and within a year, turn it into a new orchard, but you are ripping the stumps up and working that land to get it back into, there we go, back into productive state. So yeah, it definitely is more complex than just cutting a natural.
No, that's good. That was my first question. Second question, really quick, is talking about assessing root traits. How do you assess root traits on large trees?
That's really tough. You sometimes there's different companies. I worked with a group of researchers in the Southeast. They have a root imaging system where they can grow trees in like a polystyrene material and then do x-rays on it. So like on young trees, you can see changes in root morphology. They've actually worked with some of the large agricultural seed crops. I don't know if that was Pioneer or DeKalb, but they were screening different lines of corn and rice, trying to find out that which lines would have greater root allocation, so potentially would be more drought tolerant. Root work is probably the hardest thing. And
I did some in college for a graduate, but it was for grasses, which are much easier than grasses and forbs, which you can just pull the whole plant and then just watch it out very carefully.
I do the same thing. But it's definitely challenging because it's
just thinking about drought and how big drought and drought tolerance is going to be moving forward, right? It's not just about all the above ground traits. There is a lot about the below ground traits, right? So,
and as I said, the tree improvement program up in Washington this past year did research with seedlings from different families, and they had different dry down periods where they were growing them in like 2-gallon pots and small seedlings, had different dry down periods. And they were looking at both from the standpoint of which trees died faster, and then they were doing a chlorophyll fluorescence, which is like a stress measurement. And so they were looking which ones tolerated the stress better than others. So they had a better feel for what was in their orchards and potentially what would be, you know, if they wanted to have really drought tolerant material, what potential crosses could they make in the most drought tolerant material?
or like, are there indicators for a seed, like how a seedling has distributed their root material and root morphology that
if you could do,
there's causation to, or you can assume, right? There's some indicator that if it has good structures now, it likely will. I just don't know anything about it.
I'm sure there is material like that. With below ground work, it's always a labor issue of trying to do it and a cost issue to do it. That's it's much harder to do that than.
Well, we can leave it there. I'm just curious.
Yeah, really interesting. We could, like, what an interesting topic. And thank you so much. I don't see any other hands up, so I think we'll probably move on to our next item. But yeah, that was very engaging, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. From that general and really interesting topic, we move to the next item on our agenda, which is topics for future meetings. considering ideas people have. Dave came up with some interesting ideas, of which this presentation was one, so thanks so much, Dave, for that. And Dawn for being here today. And then we're thinking about things for the future. Dave, do you want to mention some of the ideas that you had from before? And others can obviously say their ideas too.
I'm gonna show my age, but I can't remember.
Well, I wrote them down. That's okay. I wrote them down. These are your ideas. Because I looked at your email before the meeting. You mentioned stream crossings, which is another really important topic. And you said you have a presentation that you've given, and that, so in terms of a presentation to this group on stream crossings, we could find someone to do that. And that I had written from my notes that you might be able to give a presentation yourself. One other idea you had was on salmonid or salmonish fishes biology, waters, shade, and particulate issues. Another topic you mentioned was steep slopes, and the sometimes beneficial, usually non-beneficial effects of slope movements and harvest practices on them. And then also you mentioned logging roads and runoff and other topics as a possible topic for these groups. So I just pulled that from your old email, and I might have, warped it a little bit because I didn't write down everything you said. But thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think what I was getting at there was that, as the private forest accord, as Amanda knows very well, as the private forest accord gets instituted, there's a whole lot of misinformation out there for the common landowner about these topics. And so I thought, to help us, we're kind of the apostles, right, or the disciples of all this, to get the word out to everybody. If we can all work from a common platform, I think that would help a lot to understand the various sides of these particular topics, whether it's steep slopes, or salmonids, to understand even the basic biology and the migration patterns and why these things are important, or with roads, and so that's why I was suggesting we could do that. And then that might elicit, this morning is a perfect example. We had at our Oregon tree farm system, we had a couple of folks chime in on their comments on the private forest accord and on forest carbon, both of which were inaccurate to some degree. And so if there was a way to, get the various experts in, just like Don did today, he did a great job. So we could do something like that, I think it would just be a win-win for everybody. And then, those are the main I thought were the main, hot issues right now that could be addressed, at least for the, but I'm sure others could think of some other great stuff.
I have two ideas that they just made me think of. One, it'd be interesting if now tell me if you guys think I'm totally going off the deep end, but if we had like ODF and W present, or a combo of ODF and W and ODF present, or do a workshop even on the perenniality surveys. And like getting more in the details, and as we kind of move into the second phase of the perenniality work, it just that might be an interesting topic, kind of along the same train of thought that Dave has, that if we collectively are to kind of more tied in or more connected with these things, knowing kind of the specifics about that
Meeting
piece
is being recorded.
would be really interesting, because it's complicated, and it's even more complicated, I think, on small landowners' properties where you have, you can have tracks that are intermixed with other things and streams that go in and out of your property, and, understanding and really, really digging into that and having that relationship too with ODF and W might be interesting.
That's an excellent point, I think, in that we're presenting a class, Mike Thompson and I, on a tree school this Saturday on just this very issue. And I can't say again how many times people just don't understand that even the difference between perenniality, seasonality, how difficult it is to determine this, and how a lot of it's going to be based on field verification, blah, blah, blah. So I think getting, just like Amanda says, just kind of getting this stuff out there is just going to pay big dividends, I think.
So that was one, and then my second one is maybe on timber markets. Having somebody from, like, I think we had Forest to Market come and speak at the board, one of the board meetings sometime last year. Forest to Market came, and I think somebody else came too. I can't remember who all was there at the forestry meeting, but just thinking about where markets are at, how small Forestlands like fit in there. I mean, the reality is we have had 4 sawmills closed this year already for other issues and just timber supply constraints. And what does that mean for small landowners? And people have these questions, right? Like our members are asking, I get, Rick's members calling me and asking me about these things. So there's just a lot of, there's a lot of questions out there, I think, about kind of certainty of markets and purchasing circles and kind of costs in general that it'd be good for maybe us to all get briefed collectively on.
Do you have thoughts going along with that? Who could present on that? Would it be a department person? I have no idea. Or
I don't know.
Well, unless Garzik or one of those guys knows a lot about that.
Yeah, or I think Steve, man, that seemed quick. I think Steve Courtney, I can't remember who he's with now, but Steve Courtney came and Gordon Culbertson actually presented from Forest to Market, and he's a small woodland owner. So that might be a good tie-in with Gordon. I don't know what you think, Rick. Still on. I think Gordon's still with Forest to Market.
That sounds interesting. 2 ideas, and just for gathering, I'll ask Glenn and then Maurizio. Glenn?
Yeah, thank you. Another thing, the topic of seedlings and seedling supplies and sources for woodland owners, tying in with Don's presentation and sourcing the seed for the seedlings that are being made available to small landowners. That's still an issue, the wildfires and the big demand for seedlings and the scramble for people to get seedlings and kind of taking what they could get. I know, the state invested in beefing up nursery capacity and trying to make it easier for small landowners to get what they need. But that's just kind of getting going. So, picking up that topic and focusing on it and going to the next step, I think could be an important, not so much for presentations, but for kind of a development program or, advancing that cause to increase availability of seed and options for landowners to get seedlings to kind of match their sites and maybe with climate change in mind. So that's another topic.
In terms of a topic, like you were saying, maybe not a briefing, but more like focusing on how that ought to be proactively developed. I didn't quite see what your next steps version of that would be.
Well, I know like years ago, this group, the Committee for Family Forestlands and others, developed kind of a white paper, well, and related to seedlings and seedling supplies. There were grant proposals that went out. It's just, the work isn't done. We need to, keep advancing that and see how we can make those connections, develop the pipeline, develop the information, the guidance for people trying to choose seedlings and acquire seedlings, et cetera.
Thank you. Maurizio?
Yeah, I'm going back, thank you, to what Amanda was saying, the Forest to Market, an additional step under that bigger umbrella, value-added forestry. Because we're thinking about 90% of the time a log that goes to a sawmill. Are there other niches that can be, or novelty things that we have seen working, or bold attempt to make them work? I don't know. We kind of it would be nice to have other alternatives to the more traditional way.
Are you thinking like non-timber forest products kind of thing, Maurizio?
Yeah. And one step in that direction would be mile zero lumber, right? So many times the industry is structured for large quantity train load, truckloads, and whatnot. Is there another dimension? We're talking about very regional, small sawmill. They really take local logs and they make them in local boards for local usage. And I know there are certification or grading issues attached to that, but really mile zero lumber to reclaim a dimension and exploring successes in that. I mean, reinforcing some of those landowners that really have difficulties finding the infrastructure, truckers, sawmills, and whatnot, and we're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
This makes me think about, carbon and whether or not carbon projects are something that like these various groups present. Like, does OSWA present on, how to get over the threshold for finding a good project manager for, so developer for a carbon project? I really don't know how much this is talked about as, an alternative product coming out of small forest lands.
Cost prohibitive usually.
What?
Cost prohibitive usually to do an assessment, because you have to engage in those marketplaces, you typically have to show and prove additionality. So you have to have baseline assessments and there's costs associated with that. Yeah. That could be a topic if people.
It could be a topic. I mean, I know land trusts do, have typically small ownerships and do carbon projects.
Kale was kind of.
Dave?
Just to follow up on both Maurizio's and Amanda's points, maybe one idea would be to take what we did a year or two ago is we had Neil Kistler from Interfork come in and give us a really great presentation at CCFFA on the timber markets on the west side, but that might not be particularly applicable on the east side. So maybe we could have a combined presentation with somebody like Neil talking about the west side or whomever, and then somebody on the east side doing the similar deal, so so people that could understand the differences.
Margaret?
I was just gonna say that at the American Forest Foundation meeting that we were at last week, the leadership conference, there was a lot of talk about different carbon markets, but I do believe that, especially here in Oregon, Amanda kind of hit the nail on the head that with the additionality requirements, anything that would fall within, a required retention area already by rule, then doesn't allow for it to be part of the market. So it also restricts those areas as being able to be included in them. And so, even this morning, people were talking about it at the Oregon Tree Farm System meeting. They do become cost prohibitive, but I think it would be interesting to look at, as a, something that people may still have interest in, especially if that's their management objective. But I do like the idea of the other forest products. And, believe it or not, I went to a presentation on truffles and maple syrup from maple trees that are in Oregon. And so there are these other forest products that are interesting, and I don't know how valuable they actually are because they didn't really get into the economics of it, but they're kind of cool, at least to hear about. So
I guess to get back to the carbon, it seems to me like of these various products, carbon offset credits are probably higher in terms of possible revenues, especially if you're doing a voluntary project and you get, a project developer that you can work with. It is true you need more acres, a very small ownership wouldn't work. But it is the viability of those are increased by the fact that you can often find a project developer who will simply do the project logistics for you, and they take a percentage and you get, after the sale of the credits, they take part and you get part back. So I think that's becoming increasingly viable. And I have worked on that, but I worked for a California ARB project, which is hugely complicated. But I think in the time since I did that, there are a lot more options out there, and the additionality is an issue. But I think, if something's already protected, you can't register it, which is, I think, makes sense on a logistical and sort of moral level. But, the non-protected forest land, changing your practices to my mind, that is something that will become increasingly possible going forward. So should be some discussion of that, maybe not in this committee, but I think going forward, if we think about what forests produce, that's definitely a major thing they produce is an offset potential. Other comments?
Yes, Wendy, I'd like to, sort of address an issue that's probably challenging. And that is I've had a number of small woodlot owners come to me and quite upset over the forest accord and some of the reactions they've had to undertake to use their forest lands and the restrictions that they've had. And they start claiming that they're under the federal rules of a taking and that they deserve compensation for what they leave behind. And is there any way we could get some type of input on what defines a taking of an individual's rights? And does it apply when we come under new forest regulations or restrictions on accessing our land and the tree resources that we have? I know it's a legal issue, it's not a natural resource issue, but it's one that has discussion going on to it because of restrictions imposed on private properties as well as commercial properties. And
Gary, is that
these people?
Oh, sorry, Gary. Is that question, do you truly want to explore, whether there's legal taking, or do you think there might also be maybe better education around the private forest accord first? Is it that people aren't understanding it, or that they truly and the opportunities in it, or do they really want to explore like legal pathways to?
I know some are researching legal pathways, and the question mark of that is the financial ability to take it on. And I'm not there, so I have no answer to it. But it is an interesting question that can regulations be applied? And if they are applied, can there be a taking involved in them or not? And the reason behind that and the whys, and I'm not the legal expert, I don't know the laws pertaining to it. But I know it's become a concern, and the only proof of it will be down the road if some actions are taken. And it would be interesting from perspective of this committee to have some insight into what are the formal legal laws that pertain to administrative actions versus a taking. And you hear today a lot of issues about federal actions and regulations, which have impacted our private ownerships and that impact on the rights of compensation if it's taken by the agencies.
Thanks, Gary.
Wendy, you're the attorney. What do you think?
My thought is, I remember this coming up before, and there being some like hesitancy to discuss it, like because we can't be the DOJ or something like that. Do you remember this? We discussed it before, Mike?
Well, it had to do with ownership of the tree, I think is what Gary had asked before. Who owns the trees in the protected area? I think it was.
Right, well, yeah, that means relating to the issue as Gary expressed it. What, Carola?
Well, I was just curious. I mean, it feels like that's, a specific question about new rules, but revisiting, sort of how safe harbor agreements are structured and what are I think sort of going through what is it taking and how were these laws put in place and what are some examples where landowners are being compensated or have different pathways for, avoiding impact, like maybe sort of an overview of in general rather than just this one specific question would be more appropriate. So it's not such a legal question and more an applied question of how forest owners.
Yeah, I think because right now we're just talking about topic generation. It's an interesting topic because if this is something keeps coming up in the community and people feel they never get a good answer, I think we should add it to our list if that could be okay, just as terms of the action today, because we're taking notes and writing down potential topics. So if that makes sense. We're looking at the clock, realizing that we've cut into our roundtable time. So maybe I'll say one last call for topics as we put our list together. That sound okay? I don't see any hands on topics. In particular for our roundtable, we had said we'd bump up to roundtable the discussion of the vision, the forestry program for Oregon, now the vision document. And if we wanted to try and take as a group to take a look at the draft and possibly provide comments that we maybe integrate into some kind of formal commentary that we would vote on and present as a short, I think like very short 1 or 2 page kind of white paper from this committee, as has been done before. Do people want to sort of take a sec, say, yes, I like that idea, or I don't like that idea, in which case we could ask our team here, the ODF, people staffing our committee to help us, but get that document when it's released, share some comments on it, and try and find a date to talk about it. Other people have thoughts on how one might approach that?
Process sounds good to me.
I'm seeing some nodding. If someone has hesitancy about that, maybe you can speak up. Not hearing hesitancy.
And it is, I mean, it is released. These are all public documents.
Yeah.
I don't know that we have, that the public has access to a Word version, though. So we would probably need a Word version if we were gonna do some sort of track edits or track
We could
change.
convert a PDF. Pay extra for your Adobe subscription.
Yeah.
But we can have, if, I think, I was just thinking it could be useful, like just send an email with it attached and say people get back with initial comments, then maybe. I'm always trying to avoid having public meetings, right, when we aren't supposed to, but work with our staffers to please put up some kind of way we can exchange ideas about it and think about consolidating them.
Yeah, it'd probably be individual, like, you know, it would be a BCC'd email and then people would reply to, you know, maybe the three of you guys. And then, or four, whoever needs to be engaged, and then there would have to be some consolidation of those comments by staff, probably. That's how I've seen it done in other meetings too. Although we don't
Huge amount of work
inadvertently have a public meeting.
Like an EMPC, like the amount of staff time taken to do that is so hard. So I was thinking maybe just trying to get committee members for a meeting might be more easy on staff. Having sympathy for that role. But Mauricio and Kate, Mauricio, why don't you go first to see if you have solutions to this?
No, actually, I was waiting for this one to be over because I have a question about communication again, about all this ever-changing landscape. So it's about republishing the OFRI, Oregon Forest Protection laws, updating that publication because we desperately need some printed presentation on the laws. The last time we updated that was 2018, and it was a very useful publication for me and for many others. And I wonder if we have a 2024 update coming up, and or if we need money to update that, it would be a very useful visual compendium of the new SFOs, the private forest accords. So it was good in those days, but that was a long time ago. 2018 was a long time ago.
Margaret, be able to answer that. Do you have an update on that, Margaret? Do you know the
Release date.
illustrated manual?
Yeah, we are in the process of working on it. I did drop, I think Dave, some other, he had asked about graphics and images for the RMA areas, and we have published for the east side and west side those diagrams. We're hoping to have an electronic version of the full illustrated manual done by April. The reason we're saying electronic is, you know, there's still some stuff that's likely about to change. And so it's quite an expensive document to print. And so we're going to wait and hold off on printing until we have all of those changes and edits. But yeah, we've been working diligently. I actually was talking to our like design people this morning about some edits and changes. So it's coming.
Great news. Thank you, Margaret. Great news.
I can drop the diagrams links in the chat since they're already in the chat. They're just directly to Dave, and I feel like it might be helpful for you as well.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good reminder, and thanks for doing that, Margaret. I think our conversation before about trying to move ahead and get the vision and making some comments on it sounds like people are okay with that. So I think we can just consider that discussion closed with that conclusion, and we'll work together to figure out how to do it. You want to?
Maybe you, me, and Heather can work.
Yes.
Get together.
Yeah, Miriam. Yeah, okay. Especially as we have some hard stops. Thanks for being here, Kate. I see you have to jump.
No, I heard it. I had one more thing I wanted to share. I'm going to actually just put it in the chat, but just because we had such a great presentation on the seed orchard, I just put in a link. Ofri just had about a week ago put something out. Kasara Nichols, who works in that Schroeder seed orchard, she was kind of part of all of the she is one of the managers, she manages the orchard, and I just put a link in. It's a really interesting lower level, more comprehensible to some of us than the genetics part, but how that seed orchard works. So I just wanted you guys to have a link to it. It's really awesome.
We just wanted to challenge you, Kate, this morning. That's why we had Dawn.
To take your mind off your pneumonia.
I have one more thing, just from AOL. So, we've been talking about workforce and workforce development and workforce needs. So we were able to pass a comprehensive forest sector workforce study this past legislative session. So I can share the links and stuff with you, Heather and Merns, if you want to send that out. But it was Senate Bill 1552. And it's an education omnibus bill, but it is on page 28, sections, I think 40 through 42 are the forestry workforce study. And so it's going to be a comprehensive study that looks at the entire sector, public, private, NGO, et cetera, all the pieces of the sector that are required to really get forestry done, including seed orchards, including reforestation, H-2B visa migrant workers, all the like. But it'll also look at demographics, wages, career pathways, what does the state offer for career pathways? Where do we have gaps? Capacity of the sector to meet future demands, like on the big housing package that passed that Ron had mentioned, and related to climate change and natural working land climate solutions, and on wildfire and wildfire mitigation, as well as looking at the socioeconomic benefits of the sector, where, Ofri in the past has done, kind of board feet to jobs, kind of correlations, but that hasn't been done in a while, and it doesn't really reflect the non-merchantable work, restoration work and other types of work that happen in the sector. So it's not always a very up-to-date or accurate number, because it's really only looking at board feet versus like all the other work that might be associated with forestry in the state. So anyways, it's going to be pretty interesting. The Higher Education Coordinating Commission is doing it. And so I'll be on their steering committee. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like yet. Hopefully ODF will have a seat on there as well, and Ofri and some others that have been engaged in these types of things. And anyway, so it'll be more than just like looking at NAICS codes and and like employment, really trying to get a better idea of also, like, if there's a company that has like a operator company that has 5 employees but 10 pieces of equipment that do different things, just talking about 5 employees doesn't really give you a sense of the actual capacity of that company to engage in the sector and in forest management. So anyways, I just wanted to share that with you guys. I didn't present it as a topic because we won't have the study done until the end of the fiscal year. So the completion date is June 30th for that, and in statute as far as when the report has to be done. So then we can do a nice debrief study, a presentation on it. But just wanted to inform you guys, this whole committee has been really committed to that work that AOL is doing in that space. And I've really appreciated all your guys' support in those efforts. So just wanted to report back that we're moving in the right direction. So.
Well done. Thank you. Thanks for the briefing.
Yeah.
Well, we have hit our hour, and unless someone has an urgent something to add, I think we'll adjourn. I hereby adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone. We have great attendance at this meeting and really appreciate it. Like, everyone's here and very actively participating. We thank our presenters too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You at tree school.
Yeah.